7 p.m. Attendees will have a chance to win amazing prizes, such as playoff tickets, ice time at the UC, and even a meet and greet with Patrick Kane. Tickets are just $5 and can be purchased at ChicagoBlackhawks.com or at the box office. For groups of 10 or more, call 312-455-7000 and ask about our 2-for-1 special. You're always #1 with Boyle and Shanowski. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Patrick Kane kept it in. Kane
hey, Bowden, left side.
They score! What a three-way passing play!
Total coverage. That's Bowden's goal. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. There's no place like Chicago for baseball season, and there's no network for spring training coverage like Comcast Sportsnet. This winter, we'll be live from both camps to count down to opening day. Watch at Chicago Tribune Live and Sportsnet report daily on everything Cubs and Sox. And don't miss our behind-the-scenes coverage on CSNChicago.com. Plus, tune in for 8 exciting Cactus League matchups, including a crosstown rivalry in Vegas. It's the countdown to opening day, presented by Nissan. All spring training long on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Las Vegas, Nevada for Cubs spring training baseball here on Comcast Sportsnet. It's the 20th consecutive big league weekend here at Cashman Field in Vegas, and it's the first of 2 as the Cubs take on their crosstown rivals, the Chicago White Sox. Hi again, everyone. I'm Len Casper. Welcome to another season of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Bob Brenly recovering from knee surgery. He'll be back with us on Sunday in Arizona, but filling in for him, at least on the open tonight, is Cubs leadoff hitter and shortstop Ryan Theriot. .692 for the batting average. I know you'd like to carry that right into the regular season.
Yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? I don't know how realistic that is, but yeah, sure.
When you do get this hot this early, I mean, obviously you want to save those bullets for the regular season, but you have to be feeling good.
Yeah, no, it's all good, Len. You know, there's some things that I've been working on throughout the offseason. You start to see them kind of come to their own, and you know, a lot of hard work starting to pay off a little bit. So I'm really excited to see where it takes me. You like being at the top of the order, 1 or 2. Lou hasn't made that decision yet. You are leading off tonight. Yeah, you know, 1 or 2, it's pretty similar. You know, both of those spots, I guess, are set the tone for the team. Get on base, score runs, something I'm pretty comfortable doing. So, you know, I tried to talk him into letting me bat 3rd or 4th, but that wasn't happening. About halfway through spring camp here, your general thoughts about this 2010 team? You know, what a great chemistry we have in the clubhouse right now, and it's very refreshing to come to the ballpark every day, and you know, everybody's enjoying themselves. We're having a good camp, and everybody's healthy and rocking and rolling. So, you know, it's one of those years where you're really excited to get the season started. And last year, everybody's put that in the rearview mirror, but I know this team feels like it has a lot to prove, right? Oh, no doubt about it. You know, this is, I guess, the first time in a few years that we hadn't been the favorites, which is a good thing. Kind of go out there with a chip on your shoulder. You got something to prove. You know, we got a lot of guys that are coming into their times in their careers where they're ready to do something, you know, and got a good mix of veterans and young players, and some guys coming up that'll be able to help out. Thanks for the time, Ryan. Go get them tonight. Thanks for having me, Len. All right, when we come back, Ryan will lead things off against right-hander Carlos Torres. It'll be left-hander Tom Gorzolani for the Cubs. Lots of Cubs and Sox fans here in Vegas for this big weekend. We'll have the first pitch and all the action coming up next.
Forget about retirement. I'm going to play baseball.
Michael, that's the Easton Synergy IMX. Its reduction of mass in the barrel makes it lighter for faster exit speed, and it's got a bigger sweet spot, so anyone can hit like a pro. Now, for a limited time, get a $25 cash card good for anything in the entire store when you spend $100 or more, only at Sports Authority.
Feel the madness with the Comcast Sportsnet Bracket Challenge. Register now, and you could score prizes ranging from Chicago baseball tickets to $1 million. Visit suntimes.com/win for your chance to feel the madness with Comcast Sportsnet.
Tuesday, it's an East-West rematch as the Bulls travel to Memphis. Tune in as Taj Gibson and the Bulls battle the Grizzlies. Coverage begins at 6:30 with GMC Sports Night. Bulls-Grizzlies Tuesday night at 7, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Thought you were watching the kids.
I am.
Miss a game? Not on Luke's watch. Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Nice.
Thanks.
Dave, I had another nightmare about the salary cap.
Relax. They're renegotiating some deals. Go back to bed.
David Kaplan, 24/7 at CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Welcome back to Cashman Field in Las Vegas. Again, Bob Brenly not here tonight. Bob will rejoin us on Sunday for our broadcast in Arizona, but great to be back with you here on Comcast Sportsnet. The first of 3 Cubs telecasts from spring training. We'll greet you again Monday the 22nd in Mesa against the Cleveland Indians, and then Thursday, April 1st, also in Mesa against the Colorado Rockies. And let's check in on Alan Trammell's Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Split squad action. Ryan Theriot talked to us in the open. Look at these batting averages. Kosuke at 400, the newcomer Marlon Byrd, and Kevin Millar at 286. Xavier Nady's the designated hitter. Tonight the Cubs are the road team in this one. Fontenot, Soto also off to hot starts. Jeff Baker looking for his first Cactus League hit, and Sam Fold's going to play left. And the White Sox will line up this way defensively. Mark Teahen at third base. Omar Vizquel, 11 Gold Gloves at short. Jason Nix trying to grab the final spot on the roster at second. Paul Konerko at first. In the outfield, Pierre Jones and Deaza. And the battery, Tyler Flowers, the White Sox catcher of the future. And he'll be receiving pitches from that guy, right-hander Carlos Torres. Just 4 innings early on, a small ERA at 2.25. He got his first major league win at Wrigley Field last September the 3rd in just his 3rd major league start. 7 shutout innings for Torres, who is the AAA starting pitcher of the year according to minorleaguebaseball.com. The umpires, Will Robinson will work the plate. Kerwin Danley at first, Alan Porter at second, Lance Barrett over at third. The Cubs come in at 4-4 on the spring. They lost earlier today against Milwaukee in Phoenix, 12-3. The White Sox, other split squad team, beat the Angels 10-7 behind 3 shutout innings from Jake Peavy. And they come in at 4-3-2, and we are underway. That's a first pitch strike to Ryan Theriot. Cool temperatures with a very pleasant day and into the evening here in Las Vegas. Theriot with a nice bunt toward third base. It'll be barehanded. The throw is offline from Teahen, and Theriot will end up at second base. Should be an infield hit and a throwing error on Teahen as Ryan Theriot remains red hot. So a good start as Kosuke Fukudome will try to move him to third. You see Teahen playing back. The bunt was pretty hard, but with Teahen playing back, it was a perfect time to do it, and the Cubs are in business. Kosuke back in his more natural position of right field, with Marlon Byrd being signed to play center, and he takes the first pitch, a fastball high for ball 1. Before their game today against Milwaukee, the Cubs as a team through 7 games were hitting .321. Which isn't a big surprise when you think about the light air in Arizona, and the ball really flies here in Las Vegas. The kick and the 1-1 2 bouncer to second, and Nix will throw out Fukudome. A broken bat ground ball gets Terrio to third with only 1 out. Here comes Marlon Byrd, batting third in the lineup tonight. He'll be slated for the 5-hole once we hit opening day. Derek Lee will be in that third spot. And it looks like Bird's going to bat between Aramis Ramirez and Alfonso Soriano. The White Sox are going to bring the infield in. And the pitch by Torres is low and outside, ball 1. Bird signed a 3-year free agent contract coming over from Texas. Career highs in numerous categories last year. That's fouled back our way. Unfortunately, there's a big, tall backstopper. That one was going to end up right in my lap. Career highs in hits, home runs, doubles, and RBIs in 146 games for Bird last year. Way up in the air down the first base line. Konerko, Nix, and De Aza coming over, and Konerko came up just a little short. Looks like a very big crowd on hand here at Cashman Field. The Cubs have been coming here every year for quite a while, and they always draw big crowds. See a lot of Cubs blue in the stands. Always a good time to be in Vegas. Now Torres steps off. 1-2 the count on Marlon Byrd. Kevin Millar is on deck. Broke his bat. Little floater out into short center, and it's going to drop. Terrio tagging, even though he didn't need to, and he'll score easily, and the Cubs lead 1-0. So the Cubs have broken 2 bats, but it's resulted in the first run of the game. Breaking ball was up in the zone, and Byrd was able to just muscle it out into center before tripping out his way to first base. I think he's going to hear about that from his teammates. So Byrd with his second RBI here this spring. Now Kevin Millar trying to make this team as a non-roster invitee. Strike 1. Just missed. Former Marlin, Red Sox, Oriole, and Blue Jay. Not drafted out of high school or college. He was actually signed out of the Northern League. He was playing with the St. Paul Saints, and Gary Hughes, Cubs special assistant at the time, signed Millar with the Florida Marlins, and he's put together a very nice big league career. Short lead by Byrd at first. The kick and the pitch inside. Millar's always had a pretty good eye at the plate. A dead pull hitter. He can play first, third, and the corner spots in the outfield. Another guy who can do those things as well on deck, Xavier Nady, who's coming back from his second career Tommy John surgery. So Nady, the DH tonight. That's probably where we'll mostly see him here in spring training. Very close. They'll check down at first. No swing. 3-2 on Millar. Byrd takes off. The pitch is high. Ball 4. 2 on for Nady. Well, if Kevin Millar makes this club, that's the type of at-bat you will get from him, even in limited duty. Never been known for his defense, but he works very hard with the glove. And his main weapon is the bat. As Nady digs in, 2 on, 1 out. Early on here from Vegas, Cubs lead the White Sox 1-0. We'll have lots of guests tonight, including Alan Trammell, who again is managing the club in these 2 games against the White Sox. Former manager of the Detroit Tigers, normally Lou Piniella's bench coach. Foul tip. Strike 2 on Nady. Long look, gets a sign from Flowers. And the pitch. And he struck him out on another foul tip. 2 away here in the Cubs' first. Torres has been ahead of most of the hitters this inning. Came right at him with some heat, and Nady could not catch up to it. It's a big leg kick by Xavier Nady. Mike Fontenot playing second, swing and a miss. He has seen some time here the last week or so at shortstop because of the knee injury to Andres Blanco. Is going to be out about 10 to 14 days with a sprained right knee, and the Cubs are trying to find out if they would feel comfortable with Mike as a backup shortstop. Another flare, and Vizquel can't catch it. Bird's rounding third. Pierre's not going to throw to the plate. Cubs lead 2-0. When you think about the 3 hits in this inning, this is how baseball can be sometimes. Torres has made his pitches, but a bunt single to start it, a bloop RBI single by Bird, and then 3 batters later, Mike Fontenot just flares one the other way, and the Cubs lead by 2. Giovanni Soto hits that ball hard. Another base hit. Here comes the throw toward the plate. Millar hustling, and he is out. Good throw by Andrew Jones to Flowers, and they get Millar to end the top of the first. The 10-time Gold Glover with a nice throw to the plate. White Sox coming up. Cubs leading 2-0.
Get Nissan quality now. This is Nissan Now, a sales event with 0% financing on most new Nissans, plus a $199 lease on Altima. If that ends soon, get to Nissan now.
Hey Jerry, Motivational Speaker Monday.
Oh, wow. Hate to miss it, but it's Jolly Roger Day.
Jolly what?
His battle song was known to strike fear into the hearts of men.
We're pirates of the sea, as scary as can be. We'll board your boat and hunt for treasure.
Though in one instance, it went horribly wrong. Fire. Jolly Roger never allowed his men to sing again.
How do you commemorate that?
We see a show in Vegas.
Wow.
As long as we're winding up our doing dials, let's wind them with precision. Open our throttle to even more selection and turn that savings swagger up full tilt. So when the time comes to bust open a can of doing, we've got all the tools for all the things we need to make them happen. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, get Scott's Naturescapes mulch for the new lower price of just $3.88.
Get Nissan quality now. This is Nissan Now, a sales event with 0% financing on most new Nissans, plus a $199 lease on Altima. If that ends soon, get to Nissan now.
Cubs got a couple, almost had 3 in the top of the first. Let's check out how the White Sox line up. Brought to you by Southwest. Juan Pierre playing left, Omar Vizquel at short. Paul Konerko going into his free agent season with a homer and a double so far this spring. Jones is going to clean up. Marcotte the DH. You have T in at third. Flowers catching. Diaz is in right. And Nix is at second. Starting the outfield as we go around the Cubs defensively. Folt, Bird, and Fukudome in the outfield. Baker, Terrio, Fontenot, and Millar on the infield. And the battery tonight, Soto catching and left-hander Tom Gorzolani doing the pitching. Marist High graduate. Hometown is Orland Park. Ball one to the speedy Juan Pierre. Cubs are expecting Gorzolani to go 3 tonight. Pierre with a good bunt, but Soto pounces on it. Juan Pierre normally tries to lay down at least one bunt per spring training game, regardless of the situation, because that is a big part of his game during the regular season. It wasn't a bad bunt, but Soto seemed to be anticipating it and got out and made a nice play. Now switch hitting Omar Vizquel looks at strike one. Omar wearing number 11 in honor of Hall of Fame shortstop Louis Aparicio. This is gobbled up by Terrio, throws off the back foot and gets Vizquel by a full step. So 2 quick outs for Gorzolani. Second Cactus League outing for Gorzolani. His first one came in relief against Oakland on Monday. 2 innings, 2 runs on 1 hit. Cubs got him from the Pittsburgh Pirates along with John Graybill back on July 30th of last year. The pitch to Konerko is just below the knees, ball 1. When you think about Chicago baseball, you just assume Derek Lee and Paul Konerko will play first base for their respective teams for years and years to come, but both guys have contracts that expire after this season. Swing and a miss. Konerko, a 3-time All-Star, the comeback player of the year in the AL in 2004 and the ALCS MVP in 2005. That's hammered to deep left. Fold goes back on it. He's going to make the catch about a step in front of the warning track. So Gorzolani goes quickly 1-2-3 against the White Sox. 2-0 as we head to the second.
Bank of America offers the opportunity to see Wrigley Field like you never have before. Take a 90-minute guided tour and check out the press box, locker room, dugouts, and much more. Tours are available on select dates and can be purchased by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
An automatic you can shift like a manual makes driving fun. 30 miles per gallon makes it affordable. The 2010 Acura TSX.
Take advantage of attractive lease rates on the 2010 Acura TSX for well-qualified customers.
5 trucks, 10 days, hundreds of closeout pool packages, only at the Great Escape, and only for 10 days. Save 30 to 50 cents on the dollar on hundreds of overstock and floor model pool packages, starting at $14.99 installed. Purchase any round pool package and get free layaway and installation. No rain checks, sold on a first come, first served basis. Plus, get factory cash back or 0% financing for up to 36 months. Only at the Great Escape.
Escape your everyday. Shop the Great Escape.
When you want Chicago sports news, Comcast Sportsnet has you covered. Start your day with Sports Rise from 5 to 10 a.m. Tune in on your lunch break for Sports Day at noon. Then at 5:30, sit down with David Kaplan and the hottest names in sports for Chicago Tribune Live. Wrap up the evening with Sports Night at 6:30, 10, 10:30 at midnight. And before and after every game, we'll break down the action on pre- and post-game live. We've got you covered at Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Fans, ticket sales are at a record pace, but plenty of tickets are still available for the 2010 season. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com, call 1-800-THE-CUBS, or visit the Wrigley Field box office. Lots of exciting things happening at Wrigley Field this season. We'll talk more about them as we move along tonight. Cubs leading 2-0 as Jeff Baker's playing third and batting eighth. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sam Fuld to follow, and then back to the top, and Ryan Theriot. You get a good look at Carlos Torres. Well, again, didn't pitch that badly in the first inning, but still gave up a couple of runs. 15th round pick out of Kansas State in 2004. 4 schools in 4 years. He bounced around a lot in college. Born in Santa Cruz, California. And off the mask of Tyler Flowers. Torres from the stretch. Just off the outside corner. And the count fills up at 3-2. The next one got him outside corner. Baker thought it was ball 4. Pretty good pitch. Looked like a pretty tight slider from Torres. Now brings up Sam Fuld, who made a leaping catch in the ball game yesterday against the San Diego Padres. That was in center field. He's playing left tonight. Well, I remember that big weight on Sam's shoulders last year. He went to the final day of the season before knocking in his first career run, and he did it in grand style. He hit his first career home run. That was against Arizona. Foul territory. Tien has lots of room, and that's out number 2. Theriot got the first inning started with a bunt single. Later came around to score on the Marlon Byrd RBI single. Ball 1 to Theriot. These two teams will meet up again tomorrow afternoon. The scheduled starters: Ryan Dempster for the Cubs and Lucas Harrell for the White Sox. Thanks to Ryan for joining us in our open tonight. I think he has a future as a broadcaster, hopefully well down the road after a long and illustrious playing career. Fukudome would hit next if Theriot gets on. Takes that one all the way, 3-1. Bob Brenly does send his regards, and while I do know the knee was an issue, I think Bob took it on the chin the last time we were here. I don't think he'll admit it. I think he walked out of the casino more than empty-handed. That's just my guess. That's a 2-out walk. That brings up Fukudome. And hey, Blackhawk fans, text Sunday to B-Hawks. It's 242-957 to join Blackhawks mobile and enter to win a pair of tickets to this Sunday's sold-out Hawks game against the Washington Capitals. No purchase necessary. Message and data rates may apply. Kosuke hacking away at that first pitch and bounces it right into the Cubs dugout.
Thank you.
This is year 3 of a 4-year contract. Kosuke signed prior to 2008, so he's signed through next year. His rate stats were all up last season, particularly his slugging, as Terrio got a nice jump and he just gets in. Flowers with a good throw to second, but Terrio stole that base off the pitcher. You like to see the Cubs running here. They've been aggressive so far tonight. That's only their 3rd stolen base as a team, and they had been caught 4 times. Now Kosuke slugged .421 last year after being under .380 his rookie campaign. He led the Cubs in walks with 93 and also in doubles with 38. Full count, 3-2. Terrio walked with 2 outs and then stole second. Bird waiting on deck. Hit hard but foul. The final earlier today, Milwaukee 12 and the Cubs 3. And Maryvale Baseball Park in Phoenix. Tough day for many of the Cubs pitchers, including the starter Jeff Samardzija. Gave up back-to-back homers, 4 runs in 2 innings on 5 hits. And another walk. That's the 3rd one given up by Torres here in the early going. Marcos Mateo was charged with 5 runs. He walked 5 guys and didn't strike out anybody in an inning and 2/3. On the positive side, Tyler Colvin remains hot, 2 for 3 with an RBI and a run. He's hitting .556. It's Torres who got ahead of most Cubs in the first, getting behind just about everybody here in the second. 2 scoreless innings for him 6 days ago in his Cactus League debut. He also worked 2 innings 3 days ago against San Francisco, gave up 1 run. Fly ball to right. De Aza drifting back, makes the grab, and that's it. The Cubs get 2 2-out walks, but do not score after an inning and a half. Late night from Vegas. Cubs 2, White Sox nothing.
Hi everyone, I'm Lou Canellis alongside. You've seen him before, you love him. He's a Hall of Famer. He was a part of the '85 championship team. Dan Hampton and Dr. Jeff from the Illinois Back Institute. Hamp, I watched you for 20 years on the lakefront. You sure gave it to the opposition. You also absorbed some pain in the process.
Well, you're exactly right. You know, my rookie year I hurt my back, and over the next dozen years of playing it got worse, but they said, hey, you got to live with it. Well, in retirement, yeah, that got a little tougher and tougher, and about 3 years ago it was so bad I had to go see this guy at the Illinois Back Institute. Dr. Jeff showed me all the new techniques and things that they developed, and it changed my life.
Tell us about your breakthrough procedure, Doc.
We have a program to heal the disc of your spine. It's all done without drugs and surgery, and it can handle the most chronic back problem and also resolve the very new back problem.
And they will give you a free evaluation. All you need to do is call 866-693-0955 or go to their website, IllinoisBackPain.com. Live pain-free.
All I saw was just a gray wall coming, and that was when we got in behind the stairwell.
We wrote the insurance just 5 days before the tornado hit.
It's great to be able to call someone who's local and can answer your questions right away.
That's just what Farmers is all about.
I know with our old policy, we weren't covered as well. Things change, and you need to be changing your insurance to match it.
The 5th annual Chicago Cubs Charities Race to Wrigley 5K on Saturday, April 24th begins at Clark and Addison, continues through the Wrigleyville neighborhood, and finishes with a run down the Wrigley Field concourse and under the famous marquee. Each participant receives a Performance Management Race t-shirt. This year, personal fundraising proceeds benefit Children's Memorial Hospital. To register, visit Cubs.com. Always a great event. The Race to Wrigley in its 5th year. Last of the second, Tom Gorzolani. Ball 1 outside to center fielder Andrew Jones. Came into camp in great shape. Swing and a miss. Lost about 25 pounds over the winter. A tough couple of years. The Dodgers last year with Texas, low batting average, but he still got some pop. 1-2 from Gorzolani's outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kotze and Tien to follow. Both left-handed hitters. 3-2 on Jones. The pitch. Ball 4. That's the first base runner for the White Sox. Gorzolani's in a 4-way battle for the final 2 spots in the Cubs opening day rotation. Left-hander Sean Marshall will start tomorrow in Mesa against Homer Bailey in the Cincinnati Reds. Carlos Silva's second outing went a lot better than his first, and as we mentioned earlier, Jeff Samardzij's second outing did not go as well as his first. So 1 good one, 1 bad one for each of the righties. That was way up and in on Kotze. Ball 1. That will get your attention. Gorzolani steps off as Jones was backpedaling toward first base as Gorzolani went into his set position. Pretty big lead over there. The White Sox have been running a lot so far in spring training. Swing and a miss. Jones was headed back to first. He's trying to read that move from Gorzolani. He thought Tom was going to throw over to first. One swing and a miss. Kotze a little late. The White Sox playing more of a small ball type of style offensively, something Ozzy's wanted to do for a while. They've attempted 15 stolen bases in their first 8 games, and they've been successful 12 times. And the key with stealing bases is that you have a success rate that's at least 75%, or it's statistically not a good play. Big leg kick. That's outside. 2-2 to Kotze. Tien waiting on deck. Very close. Maybe a little bit outside. And I would expect Jones, if he can get a good read on Gorzolani, he's going to be running on this 3-2 pitch. Not running. It's high, ball 4. The White Sox have 2 on with nobody out as Soto goes out to chat with his left-hander. As we mentioned earlier, tickets are available for April and May and various dates throughout the season. If you haven't checked out the Bud Light Batter's Eye in center field, make sure you do that. Mezzanine suites. Great for corporate outings, client entertainment, family gatherings. And the Cubs have also added the PNC Club of Chicago, where you'll enjoy an all-inclusive VIP experience, including unlimited access to a full-service top-shelf bar and high-end catering, parking and full concierge service, and you can network with Cubs legends. One ball, one strike on Mark Teahen. Jones walked to start the inning, and then Mark Kotze followed up with a free pass. Cubs are in double play depth around their infield. Pretty straight up in the outfield as Gorzolani fakes a throw to second, sending Jones back in. You see how shallow Marlon Byrd plays in center. He learned to play shallow from watching Andrew Jones when they were both in the National League East. Jones with the Braves and Marlon Byrd with the Philadelphia Phillies. And they were teammates last year in Texas. Got him. Strike 3 called. It's a first punch out for the southpaw. And a big one. And it's our Jimmy John's delivery. Well, that was a fastball right down the middle. But Teahen could not pull the trigger. I'll tell you, you're not going to get a better pitch to hit in any count than that one to Mark Teahen. Another fake to second. This is Tyler Flowers waiting in the wings. A.J. Przinsky and Ramon Castro will be the catching tandem, with Przinsky getting a lion's share of the time, but Tyler Flowers is their catcher of the future. And Gorzolani has really taken the air out of the ball with 2 runners on. Now Ryan Theriot talking with Gorzolani about positioning possibly in a potential pickoff play. Or who knows, he may have told him, don't worry about him. He's not going anywhere. With 1 out. And the 0-1 outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. As I mentioned at the top of our broadcast, this is the 20th consecutive season of Big League Weekend here in Las Vegas. 2 games this weekend. And then the Dodgers and the Reds will come here on March 31st. Back in the, I think it was a mid-90s, the Oakland A's had to play some home games here in Las Vegas during the regular season. Aza on deck. Good block by Soto. He gets over and keeps Jones at second. And a full count. This is where I think the weight loss has to at least subtly help Giovanni Soto, who came to camp about 40 pounds lighter than last season. We'll talk more with Mr. Brenly about that, but he got over there very quickly to block that bad pitch. The runners go on the 3-2 ball 4, and Gorzolani has now walked the bases loaded. So he'll face a left-handed batter, Alejandro De Aza, former Florida Marlin. The White Sox got him on waivers in October. Bases full, only one out. Swing and a miss. Gorzolani needs a strikeout or a ground ball at one of his infielders. Too high. 1-1. De Aza's battled some injury problems. A right ankle injury made him miss a big chunk of his rookie season in 07. He did not play the following year because of a left ankle sprain. Behind third, that ball is slicing foul into the White Sox bullpen. Just foul. That would have easily scored 2. Thankfully, it had a lot of slicing action on it. Gorzolani has not given up a hit, but he has walked 3 in this inning and is in some trouble. The pitch called strike 3, so he has frozen a couple of White Sox hitters. I think that might have been a fastball too. He has a chance to get out of it. 2 down. It looked like a heater caught the inside corner. Really, the Cubs have only needed the pitcher and the catcher this inning. 3 walks and 2 strikeouts. Not out of the woods yet. Jason Nix, and that bounces. Jones is going to try to score, and he will. Soto just couldn't get a handle on it. Gorzolani talking to himself as the Sox manufacture a run without the benefit of a hit the entire half inning. Looked like that pitch caught just the edge of the front part of home plate, which made it take a wicked hop, and Soto was unable to corral it. So a wild one on Gorzolani. Second and third now on the 1-0. Swing and a miss. He changes speed there from Gorzolani. 1 ball, 1 strike. Coming back, swing and a miss. He's gotten a lot of swings and misses this inning when he has thrown the ball over the plate. As Ozzie looks on. Ozzie at 296 with AAA Las Vegas in 1984. got him, so he strikes out the side, but gives up a run on 3 walks and a wild pitch. So we've played 2 from Vegas. Cubs lead 2-1.
All we ask is that you keep doing what you've always done. The Lexus RX. Never has a vehicle been designed to feel so natural. Lease the 2010 RX 350 all-wheel drive for $479 a month for 36 months, with $35.99 due at signing.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs. There's no place like Chicago for baseball season, and there's no network for spring training coverage like Comcast Sportsnet. This winter, we'll be live from both camps to count down to opening day. Watch at Chicago Tribune Live and Sportsnet report daily on everything Cubs and Sox. And don't miss our behind-the-scenes coverage on CSNChicago.com. Plus, tune in for 8 exciting Cactus League matchups, including a crosstown rivalry in Vegas. It's the countdown to opening day, presented by Nissan. All spring training long on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. CSNChicago.com, your press pass to your home teams, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When a top story breaks, CSNChicago.com has immediate news and analysis. And after every game, catch press conferences, game recaps, and locker room interviews, giving you the ultimate press pass to your home teams. Plus, CSNChicago.com features more blogs, insiders, and beat writers than ever before, including top names like John Moon Mullen. CSNChicago.com, total coverage of your home teams, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Get the best Chicago sports news nightly on Sports Night, presented by Dex. Coming up tonight after our game, Bulls highlights from Miami and who will start in goal for the Blackhawks tomorrow in Philly. Join Luke Stuckmeyer for Sports Night, presented by Dex, tonight after the game, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Len Casper here in Las Vegas. And great to be joined by Vince Alberta, the Vice President of Public Affairs for the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. You must have a really big business card to fit that title on that card.
I do, and it's a tough job. You know, selling Vegas is very tough, right?
No, I would think it would be, well, I mean, I know you're good at what you do, but there's so much to do here as Kevin Millar takes a strike. And we are usually here in the month of March with March Madness just about ready to get underway. Big league weekend here. This is a great time for a sports fan in particular to be here.
It is a fantastic month. We just had NASCAR a couple weeks ago, of course, and the National Finals Rodeo in December. So there's some special sporting event every month in Las Vegas.
1-1 to Millar. It's fouled in the dirt. Well, you're right. There's all kinds of stuff going on here. Frank Caliendo, the great comedian, throughout the first pitch. Is he performing here this weekend?
He does. He actually performs every night, and he's at the Monte Carlo. And of course, he threw out more than one pitch.
Yeah, I would say the ceremonial 5 pitches before the game. We were trying to get Frank to come up here and do a little Harry for us, but he had to get to his other gig.
He had to get to his real job. That's right.
2-2 pitch to Millar, called strike 3 on a slider. He didn't like the call. But that's the first out. The Reds and Dodgers, as I mentioned, Vince, will be here at the end of this month on March 31st, and this is the 20th consecutive year of Big League Weekend. And we always see very few empty seats when we come here to Vegas.
Another great crowd, and of course the largest crowd we ever had for Big League Weekend was the Cubs and the White Sox. More than 15,000 in this facility.
Beatty fouls back to the screen, strike 1. Kinds of boxing events. Mentioned the race. Now the track is not too far from here, right? Someone pointed out that they thought they could see it off in the distance. We can't see it now with the sun down, but way past the center field fence here, right?
About 20 miles, yeah. And there's an event there, it seems like, once a month as well. So of course we have NASCAR in February, and at the end of the year we have the NASCAR Awards Banquet in December at one of our world fabulous hotels in Las Vegas. But again, always something going on.
And certainly a lot of, we mentioned the Blackhawks coming out of the break. The NHL annual awards will be here this summer as well.
Second year. They came for the first time last June, had a great time. Usually when they're a special event or sporting event comes to Vegas, they get increased attendance, increased exposure, and so they want to come back.
Foul down the right field line, and this will land in the bullpen area. 0-2 on Xavier Nady. So about 148,000 hotel rooms.
Just a few. Yeah, just a few. About 36 million visitors a year in Vegas. 148,000 hotel rooms, and really some of the finest hotels in the world in Las Vegas.
Now you could take your pick. You could come here every year and stay in a different place. It'd take you a long time to stay in all of them.
8 of the largest 10 hotels in the world are right here in Las Vegas.
Wow.
So
another foul by Nady, hanging in there. 1-2. And who knows, if you come out to Vegas, you may run in, if you're playing golf, you may run into future Hall of Famer and assistant to the general manager, Greg Maddux, Las Vegas native, who is in the ballpark tonight.
he is in the ballpark. I actually had a chance to play with Greg in October at the annual Justin Timberlake Shriners Hospital Open Golf Tournament, our PGA event, and Greg, terrific athlete, as you might expect. Yeah.
There's a Mad Dog.
He is as go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, I was just going to say it's so great to see him back in a Cubs uniform.
He is as big of a competitor on the golf course. Sure. We needed to get 3 more birdies in the last 4 holes, and he called a team meeting on the tee, and he had it all figured out.
Another called third. It's 4 strikeouts for Torres. Oh yeah, he wants to win at everything, and when he played baseball, he did.
He did. He was a fantastic pitcher. Absolutely. We're glad he's a resident of Las Vegas for sure.
And we also talk about this every time we come here. Not only are there great shows, great sporting events, obviously the gambling part of it, but there's some great restaurants and wonderful food here too.
Really is. That's one of the areas we've really evolved as a destination, I think, in Las Vegas. Is the dining. It used to be just gaming, and now really about 60% of the revenue is generated from the other elements, the dining, the shopping, the entertainment. And we have the Food and Wine Festival the first weekend of May every year in Vegas.
It's through past a diving Canerco, and Mike Fontenot's 2 for 2. Well, Cub fans, and we see some White Sox fans in the seats as well, represented here tonight. And as you know, Vince, we have Cub fans all over the country who will go see their team no matter where they play, but they especially like Las Vegas.
We like them too. Absolutely.
Good slow breaking ball for a strike to Soto. Runner on, 2 outs. The weather cooperating today. Cool but very pleasant temperatures here at Cashman Field. Upper 50s, not much wind. Just an ideal night to be at the ballpark.
Golf during the day and come to the game at night in Vegas.
Probably be it for Torres, working here in his 3rd inning. Swing and a miss. 1-2. I have a Vegas fact sheet here, and it also says 15% of the visitors to Vegas are from other countries. It's interesting. That's a higher percentage than I thought.
We have 12 international offices representing 75 countries around the world, which really tells you the strength of the Las Vegas brand. And 70% of our international visitors come from the UK, Canada, or Mexico.
think we'll see Greg Aquino in the 4th inning for the White Sox. After Torres completes this 3rd inning. Out into left center. Jones coming over, but he won't get there until it hits the turf. Fontenot to 3rd. So Mike and Gio have combined to go 4 for 4 to start this game. Yes, we should also note that while there are 3 Major League Cactus League games here in spring training, the 51s, the AAA affiliate of the Toronto Blue Jays, as part of the Pacific Coast League, the Iowa Cubs are a part of that league. Play here during the summer, so if people want to catch some professional baseball even after we leave here in March, they can catch the 51s. Cubs get their 3rd run of the night as Jeff Baker knocks in Mike Fontenot. 3 straight singles after 2 were out.
Las Vegas 51s, you're right. They've been here more than 25 years. They've been a great part of our community. We have a great partnership with them, with the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, and it does give the fans a chance to get exposure to Major League players. Of course, Ozzie Guillen used to be a Las Vegas Stars player and now a manager with the White Sox. So it's a great combination, always great for the family to come out, catch a game, and enjoy America's pastime.
Sam Fuld batting 1st and 2nd, a run in. Cubs lead 3-1. Outside corner for a strike. And they say New York is a city that never sleeps, but I'd put Vegas in that category as well. That might be me tonight. Who knows? Nix will throw to Konerko, and that will end the inning. Vince Alberta, thanks so much for your time, and thanks for being such a great host here in Vegas as always.
Thank you. Thanks for coming to Vegas.
As long as we're winding up our doing dials, let's wind them with precision. Open our throttle to even more selection and turn that savings swagger up full tilt. So when the time comes to bust open a can of doing, we've got all the tools for all the things we need to make them happen. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, get Scott's Naturescapes mulch for the new lower price of just $3.88.
A sport-tuned, high-flow exhaust system delivers more power. Electric power steering delivers a precise and efficient way of using it. The powerful Acura TL. The most innovative thinking you'll find in an Acura.
Take advantage of attractive lease rates on the 2010 Acura TL for well-qualified customers.
Wow! Forget about retirement. I'm going to play baseball.
Michael, that's the Easton Synergy IMX. Its reduction in mass in the barrel makes it lighter for faster exit speed, and it's got a bigger sweet spot, so anyone can hit like a pro. Now, for a limited time, save $200 on the Easton Synergy BZN1 bat, only at Sports Authority.
Tomorrow, the battle in Las Vegas continues as Paul Konerko and the White Sox battle Derek Lee and the Cubs in a spring training showdown. White Sox Cubs, the countdown to opening day. Tomorrow at 3 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Glenn Casper here in Las Vegas. The Cubs lead the White Sox 3-1 as we get to the bottom of the 3rd. And we'll say hi to the skipper tonight, good old number 84. We can't see your jersey number because it's under your jacket tram, but what happened?
I'm hiding. Embarrassing with all the things going on. I packed a lot of things, but not my jersey.
Oh, yeah, good old 84. I'll tell you, 84, I don't know if you're going to make the club. That's a number that usually has AAA written all over it.
I've got to earn my stripes, but embarrassing. And there was a team from Michigan, a youth team here, and they thought I was wearing it because of the 84, the Tigers.
That's
and I said, no, I've got to tell you the truth. It's just a forgetful coach.
I saw you had a nice chat with Ozzie Guillen, against whom you managed over in the American League Central with Detroit, and you played against Ozzie quite a bit as well.
We sure did, Len, and really, you know, Ozzie has the reputation and all, and deservingly so. I mean, he's got a different personality, but he was a heck of a player, and we battled for a number of years, and he won a Gold Glove, and was a pretty darn good shortstop, and I don't think people realize what type of player he really was.
Ryan Theriot off to a hot start here in spring training. Really was never in jeopardy of losing his job at short to Starlin Castro, but is there a little extra motivation for a veteran player when you see a kid behind him, and a guy, by the way, who Ryan has said, I will do anything I can to help him get better?
There's no question that he hears and sees. But you know what, Len, in all honesty, I think it's a good thing. I think we all need to be pushed at some point. And by no means is Ryan a 10-year veteran, but you know, every once in a while it's nice to have some young buck you know, looking to take your job, and you know, that's professional sports. So you know, Ryan has come in determined to keep that, and he's the shortstop. There's no question about it, but no question that Starlin Castro is a good-looking prospect.
Omar Vizquel should be ticketed for the Hall of Fame, and so should you, Alan, but I've told you that many times.
That's very nice of you, and you know, one thing, and you're right, Omar is definitely, with the Gold Gloves and all the games and all the great things that he's done, he kind of would fit into more of my era. When we first came up, and it was the if you get 250 and play good defense, you'll be around a long time. Well, you know, he started off kind of a little slow with the bat, but he got a lot better. And I remember when he first came up with the Seattle Mariners that you know, he wasn't much of a hitter, but he turned himself into a pretty darn good hitter, a good team player, and obviously we know about his defense. It's you know, him and Ozzie Smith might be the two best shortstops that we've seen in our era.
The aforementioned Theriot throws out Vizquel. Tom Gorzolani tonight, Tram. Obviously you don't want to see a guy walk the bases loaded, the wild pitch letting the run in, but he struck out the side, and I don't know how you look at it as a coach and as a manager. Sometimes working in and out of a jam, is that not a bad thing for a pitcher at this point when it doesn't, quote, count?
Well, when they get out of it with only one, I think you can look and say, okay, but you look up at that scoreboard and there's no hits and there's one run.
Right.
That is not what you're looking for. He needs to trust his stuff. You know, he's got good stuff, but the first two hitters of last inning were Andrew Jones and Mark Kotze, and he was both times he was ahead 1-2 and ended up walking him, and that's something that he knows he has to work on. Again, he has the stuff to get out of innings, but that's making it very difficult on yourself.
What are your general impressions of this 2010 Chicago Cubs team? As you know, no team stays the same from year to year. A few changes here and there, and it seems to be the theme is to maybe find an arm or two to fit into the bullpen.
Well, you know, injuries and things is you know, you never like to see those, but that's an opportunity for somebody to come in and make a name for themselves and get noticed. And so a guy like Ted Lilly, who is not going to be with us probably for the first few weeks, maybe the first month, there's an opportunity for a Samardzija or Gorzolani or somebody else in camp to make a name for themselves. So you know, we're going to need everybody to do their jobs. I mean, again, we want to win, but so do a lot of other teams. So it's nice to see us just get back into the swing of things. It's early. The proverbial, it is early. It's only a week into spring training, but I see some good things. I'm just watching Giovanni Soto and the way he's swinging a bat. He looks a lot better this year, and we hope that he'll have a big year for us.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Paul Konerko. Visiting with Alan Trammell, the Cubs bench coach and the acting manager here in Las Vegas. Not that in years past you would have stayed out all night around town, but quick turnaround tomorrow. Got to keep all the troops focused on baseball, right, Tram?
That's absolutely right. We can have a little fun, but we got another ball game tomorrow.
All right, good luck, and thanks as always for the time. Great to see you.
Okay, Len, thank you.
That's Alan Trammell after 3, Cubs 3, White Sox 1.
Toyota Tundra presents Brooks and Dunn. Riding their last rodeo into First Midwest Bank Amphitheater, August 8th, with their biggest show ever, Kix Brooks and Ronnie Dunn. And special guest, Gary Allen and Tyler
Dickerson. Tickets on sale Saturday morning at 10. LiveNation.com, the box office, Ticketmaster.com, or charged by phone. Brooks and Dunn, their last time together.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private, catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites presented by Nuveen Investments has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Bud Light Batter's Eye, located in center field, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages, as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Get Nissan quality now. Get safety now. Get savings now. This is Nissan Now, a sales event with our best deals ever on our strongest lineup ever. 0% financing on every sedan, crossover, truck, and SUV. Plus, great lease offers like $199 on the new Altima. If that ends soon, get to Nissan now.
Every morning, catch up on everything happening in Chicago sports with Sports Rise. It's the perfect way to start your sports day. Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Alexei! Yes! Yes! Have a good night. Cubs fans, don't miss your chance to be part of the brand new PNC Club of Chicago. The newly built 71-seat club located down the third base line offers high-end catering, a full-service top-shelf bar, indoor and outdoor seating, and other benefits that allow for a truly all-inclusive game day experience. Membership also includes parking for every home game. To reserve your season tickets in the PNC Club of Chicago, call 773-404-4200. Cubs 3, White Sox 1. Top of the order for the Cubs and a new pitcher for the White Sox, right-hander Greg Aquino, after Carlos Torres gave up 3 runs on 7 hits in his 3 innings. And great to have with us in the booth Cubs assistant general manager Randy Bush. Randy, always a pleasure. Thanks for stopping by tonight. Nice big crowd here in Vegas as always.
Always good to be here, Len. We always get a good following out here. It's fun to be here.
Vizquel gets that candy hop and a little lollipop throw across, and plenty of time to get Ryan Theriot. We talked with Ryan in the open to our show tonight. Off to a red hot start in spring training. He'll probably cool off at some point, but you hope it's right before opening day and then he gets hot again, right?
Yeah, you don't want to use up all your hits in the spring. He knows that, and Ryan's done a great job. He's worked hard. He's off to a great start. He's a lot smarter. He wasn't very smart there. You shouldn't hit it to Vizquel. I don't think that's good strategy.
Kosuke Fukudome has 0 for 1. He did walk in the second, and the ground out moved Theriot from second to third. And that led to the RBI single, swing and a miss. Do you think Kosuke going back from center, where he had some struggles defensively, to right, where he was a plus defender, might even help him at the plate this year?
It could. I mean, it's a place he's played his whole career. He's outstanding in right field. There's obviously a comfort zone there. I think that's a combination of, you put him over there, you bring in a new hitting coach that we think the world of in Rudy Jaramillo, who's also bringing in Kosuke's hitting coach from Japan, Sasaki, who you've met before. He's been in a few times. He's coming in tomorrow, and Rudy wants to incorporate him even more than we did in the past. So I think you combine it all together, and you just hope that there's periods of times when we've seen Kosuke be very, very good, and he's obviously patient at the plate. He brings that dimension to our lineup. We just like to see that consistency more over an extended season.
Usually works deep counts. He has done that here against the right-hander Aquino, and he works his second walk. So he's on with 1 out, and that'll bring up Marlon Byrd. Randy, tell us about Marlon Byrd, the free agent, before you signed him, and why you and Jim pursued him so heavily.
Well, he's a guy we've admired and our scouts have admired for a number of years. he plays exceptionally hard. He's the kind of guy that really stands out when the game's over. You noticed him. You noticed how he ran balls out and how hard he played out in the field. And so we've always liked our reports. And in the last few years, offensively, he got a lot better. Rudy thinks the world of him. His work ethic is great, and it just seems like he figured out some things and it clicked for him. And so when we had the opportunity, he was a guy that we thought could be a good fit for us and bring that dimension to our lineup.
He's already talked to some Cubs pitchers about some things he has seen in terms of maybe tipping.
Yeah, he's an outstanding teammate. He's all in. He's invested. He's already a very popular guy in the clubhouse. Very upbeat, outgoing, and as you said, he's quick to offer tips to our pitchers, to young players on the team. He's already become a mentor to some of them, and just a real quality guy. Fits in great.
1-1 is inside. 2 balls and a strike. It's early. Cubs are 4-4. A couple of rainouts on Sunday, split squad day, but just your overall impressions of camp. The Angel Guzman injury, obviously a devastating one for him personally, and a big one for the club, but there is an opportunity, and it happened early on enough where somebody else now needs to and can step up.
Yeah, that's obviously if you say you're having a great camp, it's greatly tempered by the fact that Guzzi suffered that really devastating injury for him personally. He's a guy that's been in our organization for 10 years. And we think the world of him. Wonderful human being. And obviously he's faced now with the choices of how to handle that situation. And none of the choices are great. So our heart goes out to him. It's a big blow for the club also. Other than that, it's been a real good spring for us. We feel really good. We feel like guys are progressing. The right guys are getting better at the right time. And Lou's doing a good job early on of giving a lot of the young guys some of the work, and the veterans will get ready at their own pace. But things are going well so far for us. It is very early, as you said.
Kevin Millar batting with 2 outs. 0 for 1. He did walk in the first, was gunned down at the plate to end that inning, and way out in front. And if Kevin makes the team, fans, you're going to see that a lot. He is a dead pull hitter.
He's a dead pull hitter. And when he gets into a hitter count, 2-0, 3-1, he's going to get the bat head out there. And if he runs into it, it's going to go a long way. It may be fair, it may be foul, but he's going to get it out there.
Couldn't hold up. 0-2. I alluded to this during Kevin's first at bat. Gary Hughes had signed Kevin originally out of the Northern League when Kevin got his first contract with the Florida Marlins. That was a long time ago.
Quite a few years ago, and I know Gary thinks the world of Kevin and played a big part in us bringing him into camp. You know, obviously a great reputation as a wonderful person in the clubhouse, the kind of guy who has great leadership skills. And, you know, with these kind of veteran hitters, you always want to give them an opportunity. You bring them into camp, and you hope that they got a little more left in the tank, and you give them an opportunity to succeed.
Called strike 3. We've seen a lot of those so far tonight. Aquino walks 1 but gets out of the inning. Come back with more from Randy Bush in the bottom of the 4th. 3-1 Cubs.
Hey, Jerry, Motivational Speaker Monday.
Oh, wow. Hate to miss it, but it's Jolly Roger Day.
Jolly what?
His battle song was known to strike fear into the hearts of men.
We're pirates of the sea, as scary as can be. We'll board your boat and hunt for treasure.
Though in one instance, it went horribly wrong.
Fire.
Jolly Roger never allowed his men to sing again.
How do you commemorate that?
We see a show in Vegas.
Wow.
For your feet. With ZigTech, I get more train, less pain. A storm is brewing. Manny Pacquiao, the world's #1 fighter and 7-time world champion, continues to fight anyone, anywhere. And now he takes on his biggest challenge yet. Pacquiao faces devastating brawler and former world champion Joshua Grandmaster Clottey.
Unable to get Clottey's great wall of ground.
Pacquiao, Clottey, the event. Saturday, March 13th. Call 1-800-COMCAST to order.
Bloomberg Sports, the leader in data analysis, has developed an analytical product being used by the clubs. There's also a product for fans. Improve your fantasy play or track your favorite players and teams. Go to BloombergSports.com for details. Len Casper, along with Cubs assistant general manager Randy Bush, here in Las Vegas. These two teams will play again tomorrow. Split squad action, so a lot of younger players get an opportunity. We're going to see Thomas Diamond, a right-hander, on the mound here in a second, but I know Brett Jackson, Josh Vitters, DJ LeMahieu are all here in Las Vegas. This is my 6th year with the Cubs, Randy. I've never seen this many top prospects with the club in spring training.
We feel great about where we're at in our system. I can't say enough about the job that O'Neary Fleet has done, our Vice President of Player Personnel, Tim Wilkin, our Amateur Scouting Director, Paul Weaver, who directs our operations in the Dominican and overseas. And they've just done a great job the last few years of assembling a great group of talent. I think most of the publications are acknowledging that now, and we are very, very excited about a lot of the young guys that we've got in camp now.
Andrew Jones leading off. The bottom of the 4th, takes his pitch high, and what timing as Thomas Diamond takes the mound. I have just a feeling that you may have had some input into claiming Diamond off waivers from the Texas Rangers last September, because he played for you when you were the coach at the University of New Orleans.
Yep, I was the head coach at the University of New Orleans. I recruited Thomas out of high school. He pitched 3 years for me, 02, 03, and 04 at the University of New Orleans, and then he was the 10th pick of the country by the Texas Rangers. He was their minor league pitcher of the year, his first full season, and then he had Tommy John surgery the following spring. It's been a long road back for him. He's a great human being, and I was thrilled when we had the opportunity to pick him up in the offseason. He's one of those guys that when you know the person, you know the work ethic, you really pull for him, and I hope he can put it all together as a Chicago Cub. I teased him for years and years that he was going to be a Cub eventually, and we finally made it happen.
2-2 on Jones. Quick scouting report on Diamond. What's his best pitch?
Well, he's got a great fastball. His whole issue is commanding the fastball since he had the Tommy John surgery. Before that, it wasn't as big an issue. He's got a good changeup, and he alternates between the slider and the curveball, and that's the pitch he's got to improve on is his breaking pitch and his fastball command.
Jones flies out to Fukudome for the first out. Now, speaking of the Angel Guzman injury, the Cubs are not the only team to have been hit by the injury bug. Lance Berkman is going to have knee surgery, and not quite sure if he'll be ready for opening day or not. Jose Reyes has a thyroid problem and is going to be shut down with the Mets. Carlos Beltran had knee surgery, I think, in January. You have the devastating Joe Nathan injury with the Minnesota Twins. Seems as if there are more this year than in years past, and this guy was not, Randy, going to figure in with the big league club this year with the White Sox, but their #1 draft pick, Jared Mitchell, is going to have left ankle surgery. He could be out for the year, and that was after a catch against the Angels earlier today.
Well, that's really sad. I tell you what, I think the world of Jared Mitchell. He played for the national champion LSU Tigers last year. And Paul Maneri, a good friend of mine, is the head coach there, and I follow that program closely, and I really am disappointed to hear about that. It's a tough break for him. I hope the surgery goes well, and I hope he comes back stronger than ever. He's a great kid.
Well, I mean, you know, we sometimes joke about just keeping everybody healthy, but it really is the #1 goal. I mean, performance, guys trying to make the club who maybe aren't on the radar, but the #1 priority is to leave camp after 33 or 34 games as healthy as you can be, which isn't easy to do.
No, it's not. And You know, you come to camp and guys are in great shape. Guys keep themselves in shape year-round these days, way more than they used to. It's a business year-round for guys, and yet for whatever reason, it just seems that you do get hit with these injuries. And you're right, you got to get guys in shape, you got to play them, but at the same time, the only thing you really hope for is that you can open the season with the lineup that you thought you put together in the offseason.
Tian caught looking his first time. Kotze's at first after a one-out walk. The Cubs have all the hits in this game, 7 of them. The White Sox got a run without a hit, but it was 3 walks to load the bases and a wild pitch that allowed them to score their only run. Soto going out to talk with Diamond. I mentioned Joe Nathan. The Twins will open up Target Field this year. When were you last there? And how do you think this will affect the Twins no longer having that great home field advantage that you had throughout your career?
Well, I was there in September and got a tour of it under construction. It's a beautiful facility in a great location downtown with a great view of the skyline of downtown. I love the facility. It's hard to believe they're going to have the same home field advantage that they've had all these years, though. That Metrodome was such a unique and difficult place to play. I can only imagine as a visiting player what it was like to go in there. Just a tough place to play.
Almost a double play as Mike Fontenot made a nice catch on a timing play. And Kevin Millar and Mark Kotze, former teammates, having a little fun there at first base. I thought they had him, but Kotze apparently just got his toe in. Mike Fontenot's made some really nice defensive plays. I think maybe Kevin's foot came just off the bag. So 2 outs.
Safe.
Yep. They got it right. Flowers high and very deep to center, but a lot of air underneath that ball, and that gives Marlon plenty of time.
Smart pitching
to catch it. That's absolutely right. Randy, thanks so much for the time. We always appreciate it, and try to stay healthy the rest of the spring. Okay.
You got it. Thanks, Len.
Thanks, Randy.
Okay.
A sport-tuned, high-flow exhaust system delivers more power. Electric power steering delivers a precise and efficient way of using it. The powerful Acura TL. The most innovative thinking you'll find in an Acura.
Take advantage of attractive lease rates on the 2010 Acura TL for well-qualified customers.
Thursday, the Blackhawks take on the Kings in a Western Conference showdown. Tune in as Marion Hossa and the Hawks proceed through the City of Angels. Coverage begins with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live. Blackhawks Kings, Thursday night at 9, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
64 teams came, and then there were 4. See college basketball's biggest event on Chicago's biggest screen. The opening rounds, March 18th and 19th, live at the venue, exclusively at Horseshoe Casino. When you want Chicago sports news, Comcast Sportsnet has you covered. Start your day with Sports Rise from 5 to 10 a.m. Tune in on your lunch break for Sports Day at noon. Then at 5:30, sit down with David Kaplan and the hottest names in sports for Chicago Tribune Live. Wrap up the evening with Sports Night at 6:30, 10, 10:30 at midnight. And before and after every game, we'll break down the action on pre- and post-game live. We've got you covered at Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
This is the year, and you have a chance to be at every game. The CBOE season ticket auction will give you that opportunity. Bid today at the CBOE season ticket auction to win season tickets, including the rights to purchase post-season tickets. The CBOE seats, located in the first 3 rows between the Cubs dugout and the bullpen, are only available at Cubs.com. There's the Strip in Las Vegas, and there's the son of the White Sox general manager. That's Kenny Williams Jr. in for Andrew Jones, who is done for the night out in center. Greg Aquino in his second inning of work. Fastball misses up and away. Thanks to Alan Trammell and Randy Bush for spending some time with us. Nady tardy on that cut. 1-1. Xavier's coming off his second career right elbow reconstruction or Tommy John surgery, as it's more well known. Out into right. De Aza on the move makes the knee-high catch. So Nady may not be available to play a lot in the outfield until around June 1st. It remains to be seen if the elbow would put him on the disabled list to start the year. He obviously can hit. He could be used as a pinch hitter. Not quite sure how much he'll be able to play in the outfield once the season starts, as Fontenot taps out to the pitcher, 2 down here in the Cubs' 5th. And that's a decision Jim and Randy and Lou and his staff will have to make during the first week of April. If the Cubs were an American League team, you certainly could get by with Nady almost exclusively in the DH role, but not in the National League. You will need him occasionally to play in the field. So until that elbow is 100%, it'll be very interesting to see what the Cubs decide to do with his roster spot. 2-0 the count to Soto, who's 2 for 2. Both hits are singles. In fact, every hit in this game has been a single. 7 all by the Cubs. Big swing and a miss. 2-1. Aquino with his second outing of the spring, and the second against the Cubs. 2 scoreless innings on Saturday. The pitch just missed away. In that game earlier today in Phoenix, Derek Lee was taken out of the lineup. He has a bruise on the top part of his left foot and is day-to-day. Doesn't sound like it's too serious. He fouled a ball off his foot on Wednesday. The Cubs go down in order for the very first time tonight. We're halfway home. They lead the White Sox 3-1.
Welcome to Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. It's not just pizza, it's much more. Spaghetti, lasagna, chicken parmesan, fettuccine alfredo, Italian beef, antipasto salad, appetizers, desserts, and so much more. Let Giordano's cater your office, your special occasion with great care and fresh ingredients.
I'm a fireman. I'm gone sometimes 2 to 4 weeks at a time on fires. Being prepared is the #1 thing you need to do. My farmer's agent, her name is Maureen Martinez. She's awesome.
We had a discussion about what he wanted to protect. That kind of helps me to build a comprehensive insurance package around them.
Everything else is just replaceable. This isn't.
Forget about retirement. I'm going to play baseball.
Michael, that's the Easton Synergy IMX. Its reduction of mass in the barrel makes it lighter for faster exit speed, and it's got a bigger sweet spot, so anyone can hit like a pro. Now, for a limited time, get a $25 cash card good for anything in the entire store when you spend $100 or more, only at Sports Authority.
If you missed some of the action or you just want to see it again after the game, go to Comcast On Demand to access Comcast Sportsnet games ready to watch on your schedule. Don't have Comcast On Demand? Call 1-888-4-BEST-TV today. Great to be back with you for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Our producer, Bob Albrecht. Our director tonight, Jim Angio. Tamara Anderson, our associate producer. We'll be working with Dave Turner as we move along here. He's on Blackhawks duty at the moment. Great to have the crew back together. And we're excited for what should be a fun 2010 campaign. The White Sox through 4 have had 4 base runners. They've all been walks. As Thomas Diamond deals to Alejandro De Aza, fastball a little high. The next pitch, De Aza went around. 1-1. Great to have Mark Harper, our tech manager, on board with us here in Las Vegas as well. De Aza thinking about that swinging bunt as he almost came out of the batter's box. Like he was going to try to pound one in the dirt in front of home plate and beat it out. Hit hard but foul. He's almost out of the front of the batter's box when that pitch crossed the plate. The wind and the 2-2. Golf down the left field line. Fold coming over, lays out, can't get it. What an effort by Sammy Fold. You're almost surprised when he doesn't haul it in. He covers a lot of ground. Just missed it. Maybe ticked the end of his glove. Another 2-2 is in tight. Full count, 3-2. Former Cub Jim Edmonds trying to make the Milwaukee Brewers roster. Hit a home run off Jeff Samardzija earlier today. Edmonds has been impressive offensively and defensively. Fold again and can't make the catch as he banged into that barrier. Looked like he had it, and then his midsection went flying into that waist-high wall. Been an eventful at bat for Sam Fold. Right there. It looked like he had it and then didn't. So De Aza has yet another life in this at bat. Sam's going to get another shot. This one's going to get way out of play. Sam, why don't you just stand right there in foul ground? I think that's what Marlon Byrd is telling him. Why don't you dare him to hit it fair? Another 3-2. Pulled this time off of first base. Millar fields. Diamond gets there. They got him. Nice job by Millar to stick with it. This ball banged right off the bag. And fortunately bounced straight up in the air. And the key to that play is that Thomas Diamond was not a spectator. Got over there quickly, and they get De Aza. Fouled back over our broadcast position by Jason Nix. Every team says it needs to get off to a good start, and the Cubs are no exception. They will begin the year on the road in Atlanta on April 5th. Starting pitcher, as we normally see in spring training, running on the warning track during the game, something you will not see during the regular season. Six-game trip to start the year. Our first regular season telecast will be on Comcast Sportsnet Plus on April 7th. We'll be on Comcast Sportsnet the 8th from Atlanta. ESPN.com's Buster Olney recently looked at all of the teams' schedules, and the Cubs, according to last year's records, have the easiest early season strength of schedule in the National League. Only 6 of their first 38 games are against teams that had a winning record last year. Now that doesn't take into account the potential improvement of teams that finished under 500, but an opportunity for the Cubs early on as Diamond strikes out Nix, and the putout goes 2-3. Former Cub Juan Pierre came over from the Dodgers. Really resurrected his career, and I mean starting career, as he had become a bench player in Los Angeles. But during the long 50-game suspension of Manny Ramirez, Juan Pierre was very good for the Dodgers last year. He's going to play a lot more with the White Sox than he did in LA. If you count a pinch running appearance in 2005, which you can't as an official game played, at one time Juan Pierre appeared in 821 consecutive games. So being a bench player the last couple of years in LA is something that was very new to him. Led the National League in his only year as a Cub with 204 hits. That was the most hits by a Chicago Cub since sweet swinging Billy Williams had 205 back in 1970. Also stole 58 bases that year. It was a disappointing last place finish for the Cubs that season, but he's back in Chicago this time on the south side. Nice job, Thomas Diamond. Well, two Cubs pitchers are combining on a no-no through 5. It's 3-1 Cubs.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Get Nissan quality now. Get safety now. Get savings now. This is Nissan Now, a sales event with our best deals ever on our strongest lineup ever. 0% financing on every sedan, crossover, truck, and SUV. Plus, great lease offers like $149 on the reliable Sentra. If that ends soon, get to Nissan now.
As long as we're winding up our doing dials, let's wind them with precision. Open our throttle to even more selection and turn that savings swagger up full tilt. So when the time comes to bust open a can of doing, we've got all the tools for all the things we need to make them happen. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, get Scott's Naturescapes mulch for the new lower price of just $3.88.
For Soriano, got a grand slam!
5 trucks, 10 days, hundreds of patio sets, only at the Great Escape, and only for 10 days. We've purchased 5 truckloads of bulk inventory for this blowout event. Patio sets, lounge chairs, fire pits, umbrellas, and cushions. 10-piece, 5-piece, even 3-piece bistro sets from only $199. Save on all new 2010 patio collections on sale. Plus, get factory cash back or 0% financing for up to 36 months. Only at the Great Escape.
Escape your everyday. Shop the Great Escape.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Tomorrow afternoon, the crosstown rivals are at it again. Tune in as the Cubs and Sox go head-to-head in Sin City. White Sox Cubs live from Las Vegas. Round 2 kicks off tomorrow at 3 right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. And one of our good friends, our best friend, like that segue, Dave Van Dyke from the Chicago Tribune, made this grueling, thankless trip to Las Vegas to cover the Cubs and Sox this weekend. Vandy, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm glad it's only one night.
It's a tough job, but somebody has to do it.
Well, if it went on any longer, I wouldn't have any money left.
Well, Tom Gorzolani trying to grab one of the Cubs starting spots. The 4 and 5 spots are open. Didn't give up a hit, but did give up a run. I talked with Alan Trammell during the game. He said, you know, he's got to trust his stuff. He had good stuff tonight.
Yeah, you know, I just talked to Tom, as a matter of fact. He said he thought he had real good stuff, and he did. You know, I thought the pop on his fastball was good. He really liked his curveball tonight. I said, what happened in the second inning? He said, if you know the answer, let me know. You know, he walks the bases loaded, and then of course the wild pitch. So
it's going to be caught by De Aza to retire Baker for the first out.
But you know, he did get out of it. If there's positive in it, sometimes those innings can kind of keep on going. We've seen it happen before where, you know, you walk 3 guys and kind of lose your composure, and you throw the wild pitch, and then the next guy hits a grand slam, like what happened to Z the other day, something like that. And he got out of it. So that's a positive, and I think he looked at it. He said he looked at it as a positive experience tonight.
Yeah, you don't want to see guys get into trouble, but if they can get out of it, you can take something positive out of it. Sam Fuld looks at a strike. We were talking with Randy Bush about all the injuries that have been suffered early on in spring training, and again, one that's not going to affect the White Sox Major League club this year, but still a devastating injury nonetheless. You were blogging on Chicago Tribune.com about Jared Mitchell could be out for the year with an ankle injury.
Yeah, it's just a shame that the kid started the big league camp with the Sox, the #1 draft choice from last June, and they let him have a taste of the major league, and he hit almost 500 while he was up there, and he's got a speed game. You know, he's a football player too. I was telling somebody in the press box, I said he should have stuck with a safe sport, football, instead of playing baseball. But he tore a tendon in his ankle. Is going to have surgery next week and probably will miss a good part of the season, if not all of it. And for a guy who is a speed guy and uses that, it's a devastating injury.
2-0 on Ryan Theriot.
There were some people that thought he might be able to actually, you know, make an appearance at the end of the year this year. That he was that good. So we'll just see. But yeah, I guess if it's going to happen, now's the time for it to happen when you're a kid.
Twins are going to have to figure out who will close for them after the Joe Nathan elbow injury. You got to think he's headed for Tommy John. I know he's looking for as many opinions as he can, and maybe Dave, he's looking to find the one opinion that tells him don't have the surgery, but you have to
the
think
White
that's
Sox
where
would
he's
tell
headed.
him that.
Right.
The White Sox would just say, go ahead and pitch through it. You want anytime you want to pitch with that bad elbow against us, we'll take it.
So that is a game changer in that division.
Oh.
There are very few lights out dominating guys, and he was on that list.
Yeah, he was, and completely lights out. You know, the game was over when he came in, and there just aren't that many in the game. And you take a division that promises to be within 1, 2, 3 games, you know, with 3 teams there, basically counting the Tigers in too. It's a difference maker, it really is. You take a guy who's pretty good, and instead of saving 92% of the games, instead of blowing 3 saves a year, 4 saves a year, whatever, the new guy blows 7 or 8. That's 4 games in the standings. That you know, again, for a division that's going to be decided by a game or 2, it's huge.
Well, it does 2 things also. Not only are you not as good in the 9th, but if you take your 8th or your 7th inning guy, you're not as strong in that area as well. And the Cubs could tell you that when Joe Borowski went down, and that forced LaTroy Hawkins out of his comfort zone and into the 9th inning where he struggled.
Yeah, Len, you know, you've been around a long time like I have. We've seen that happen so many times where an 8th inning guy is lights out and either goes and signs as a closer, free agent someplace else, or an injury forces him into that 9th inning role. And it's just not the same. You know, and even if the guy's pretty good, again, if you're talking 4 or 5 more blown saves for a season, that's a lot. I was talking to the Cleveland writers the other day.
Terrio runs.
It's a good jump.
And he's in. He has 2 steals tonight.
And 2 good jumps.
Yep.
Both of them. The first one was a better jump than that even. He was really off. He was really off well. Watch him. See, he had a step and a half before the pitcher was delivering the ball.
He's played like a leadoff hitter tonight and really throughout the spring. He's been on 3 times and has stolen 2.
I don't think Brenly could have thrown him out on that one, could he? I don't know. Beebe was pretty good.
He was pretty good.
As long as he wasn't playing third base, he was pretty good.
He'd tell you that one was stolen off the pitcher.
That's right. Well, it really was, too. And the first one definitely was.
So you were saying you were talking with a Cleveland beat writer?
Yeah, the Cleveland writers were over. I was in Glendale the other day with the White Sox, and the Cleveland writers were over. And I said, would the Indians, who probably will trade Kerry Wood sometime, would they trade him within the division to Minnesota? And they said, well, they know they're not going to win this year, but it would look real bad for the fan base if they did trade him over there. I don't see it happening, and I'm not sure the Twins have a lot of money to spend. Wood makes $10 million. It's an interesting scenario, though. You know, the White Sox today, Bobby Jenks had a terrible outing in Tempe. And
his calf's bothering him,
and
too.
his calf is bothering him again, yes. So they've maybe got some problems, potentially have some problems. Although Jenks has had terrible springs for the last couple of years, so it's not to the point where it's worrisome yet, but there's potential there.
Can never have enough pitching, that's for sure. And Scott Air, who announced his retirement over the winter, I bet you he's going to get a call or 2 from somebody just to say, are you sure?
Well, he's left-handed. You know the phone's ringing. If you're left-handed and you're a relief pitcher, you can be 65 and still get calls. Everybody's looking for relief pitching. Well, everybody's looking for starting pitching these days.
Swing and a miss. Kosuke strikes out, and the Cubs are done in the 6th. But with Dave Van Dyke from the trip, 3-1 Cubs.
All we ask is that you keep doing what you've always done. The Lexus RX. Never has a vehicle been designed to feel so natural. Lease the 2010 RX 350 all-wheel drive for $479 a month for 36 months, with $35.99 due at signing.
Feel the madness with the Comcast Sportsnet Bracket Challenge. Register now, and you could score prizes ranging from Chicago baseball tickets to $1 million. Visit suntimes.com/win for your chance to feel the madness with Comcast Sportsnet.
Tuesday, it's an East-West rematch as the Bulls travel to Memphis. Tune in as Taj Gibson and the Bulls battle the Grizzlies. Coverage begins at 6:30 with GMC Sports Night. Bulls-Grizzlies Tuesday night at 7, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
CSNChicago.com, your press pass to your home teams, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When a top story breaks, CSNChicago.com has immediate news and analysis. And after every game, catch press conferences, game recaps, and locker room interviews, giving you the ultimate press pass to your home teams. Plus, CSNChicago.com features more blogs, insiders, and beat writers than ever before, including top names like John Moon Mullen. CSNChicago.com, total coverage of your home teams, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Sports Rise every morning, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Hey, Cub fans, how would you like to be at Wrigley Field on Monday, April 12th for a very special opening day? If you missed the opportunity to buy tickets, there's still hope. Go to Cubs.com and register for the chance to win 4 opening day tickets. Whether you've never been to opening day at Wrigley Field or been a dozen times, you won't want to miss the excitement that's in store for 2010. Visit Cubs.com and sign up today. Starting to see some changes. Right-hander Jay Jackson will take over on the mound for the Cubs.
Not as many changes as if these teams were at home.
Right. Yeah, the split squads basically, starters obviously we're here into the 6th inning. Position player wise, usually get 3 or 4 at bats, and then we'll see some of the youngsters over the final few innings. And Dave Van Dyke from the Tribune will get a chance to see Brett Jackson and Josh Vitters and some of the young top position player prospects of the Cubs this weekend.
I saw Jackson downstairs loosening up, so he definitely is going to play. He's an impressive kid. I saw him at Peoria last year and talked to him. He's a nice kid and a pretty good ball player too. He's going to be a good one. He really is, and we'll find out how far away he is. You know, during the season, obviously he won't start with the Cubs, but he may not be that far away. So, you know, it's a chance for fans. And I think that's the beauty of spring training.
That's her first hit, by the way. That's why the fans are cheering.
Yes.
That's a first White Sox hit of the ballgame.
A line drive single.
So
a little bouncer up the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have to come from a 48-year-old guy, you know.
Omar Vizquel was the 3,000th strikeout victim of Greg Maddux when Vizquel was a member of the San Francisco Giants. I remember he had a long rain delay that night.
Oh, yeah.
Before Greg picked up that milestone strikeout.
One thing you know about Mad Dog, he's spending the night at home tonight, not in a hotel at the casino. He might be near the casino near his house, but not at the hotel.
Here's a 1-0 to Paul Konerko. That's low and outside. So Jay Jackson, going into this year, according to Baseball America, is the Cubs' number 5 prospect. He was a Double-A Southern League All-Star last year and finished up the year 1 start at Triple-A Iowa. He has a 2.95 career ERA through 2 minor league seasons.
He's a big kid too, you know. Well, they list him at
6'1",
6'1",
195.
Looks a little bigger than that.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, maybe their mound is high here.
I referenced this earlier, Vandy. When you think of Chicago baseball, you think of Derek Lee at first, Paul Konerko at first.
Yes.
On each side of town, but there's no guarantee that beyond this season that will continue, because both guys have contracts, long-term contracts that run out after the season.
Yeah, you know, and we were talking about this the other day. We were sitting around late at night talking. You know how things come up late at night.
Over a diet soda.
Right, yeah. And we were talking about how you have to let guys go after a while. And the White Sox had 2 tough ones over the winter when they let Jermaine die, who was a
nice stop by Jeff Baker, and gets Paul Konerko by a couple of steps.
You know, Baker made a nice play on Pierre's bunt too, coming in earlier in the game. Yes, that was a nice play. Of course, you could throw out Paul Konerko.
Time for the Home Depot doing more on defense. Jeff Baker knew he had time because Konerko, I would say, doesn't run like he used to, but he's never run like he, quote, used to.
Like he used to. He runs like Brenly does now. And he hasn't had a knee replaced.
Kenny Williams Jr., who's playing center, getting his first at bat. We saw Kenny the other day, and Mesa making the trip over, the son of the White Sox GM. But yeah,
and a really nice kid, by the way. A really nice kid. Just as friendly as they ever get.
Those are very difficult decisions when
Tomey was the other guy.
leaders.
Jermaine died from the 2005 World Series MVP, and Jim Tomey, who everybody loves.
Terrio slows it down but can't knock it down, and that's a single for Williams at the corners with only one out. The one trend we have seen in baseball with the economy the last couple of years, Dave, is it simply comes down to economics at a certain point. And, you know, in the case of Konerko and Lee, they might take shorter deals at their age. But if you have somebody you feel can fill in and pay, you can pay a lot less. A lot of teams have decided to kind of go that route. The Cubs' high-paid players, by the way, are on the corners, first and third, and left and right.
Well, that's kind of the way it should be, though, isn't it? I mean, in the history of baseball, you know, Babe Ruth played right field, and Lou Gehrig played first base. It's kind of the way it should be. Those should be your, except for pitching, obviously, is your first baseman, and your right fielder should kind of be power guys, and hopefully your third baseman is. And it's funny how Ripken and Sandberg kind of changed that, and they really did change the way we thought about players at their positions as shortstop and second base.
But, you know, having said that, you know, A-Rod was a shortstop. Now is on one of those corners. Soriano was a second baseman. He's now in one of those positions you talked about. So, yeah, you're right.
You know, we've seen a lot. You were talking about replacing players with cheaper versions, and you know, the Cubs had interest in Jermaine Dye this winter, and I think a pretty good interest, because obviously Nady won't be able to play the field right away. And Jermaine, first of all, wanted to play every day if he could, and second of all, would like to have some money. You know, when you make 10 or 11 million, you don't want to necessarily take a pay cut to $3 million. And yet we see it with guys like Andrew Jones, who says, I'll sign for cheaper and come back and play. So some of these veterans, if they want to, can hang around a little bit longer. Instead of being replaced by a young guy, they could play a little longer if they'll take pay cuts. But it's like that in all the economy. You know, talk to the cab drivers here, and boy, you hope you aren't in a cab very long, because you really hear the sob story about the economy and what's going on.
There's no question about it. Kotze takes it low. It's 3-1 on him as the White Sox are trying to rally here in the sixth. They have their first 2 hits in the ballgame. Well, Reed Johnson reportedly was seeking $2 or $3 million. I think he got about $800,000 to be a backup player with the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah, I think he was convinced. I talked to him last fall in the last summer before the season was over, and I think he was pretty convinced that he would wind up with a $3 million contract. It's kind of the way baseball used to go. You made 2.5, and then you made 3 or 3.5, depending on the season you had, and then you made 4.5 or 5. You know, it doesn't work that way anymore. Baseball's like everybody else. They're watching their quarters.
Lester Strode, the Cubs bullpen coach, is the acting pitching coach. Larry Rothschild was at Maryvale Baseball Park today. A couple of righties in the Cubs pen. Hung-Wen Chen and Mitch Atkins will likely see action tonight. The Cubs are hoping in the 7th, but maybe here in the 6th if Jackson continues to struggle.
You know, we were talking to Ozzie Guillen about Lou Piniella. You know, he likes to rag on Lou a little bit. And so Lou obviously didn't make the trip, and Ozzie said he didn't make the trip because we swept him last year. He didn't want to get swept again.
I think the White Sox are like 7-1 here in Las Vegas, so It's up to Alan Trammell to get the Cubs some revenge on the White Sox.
That Trammell was fired up before the game. Did you find him that way when you talked to him? Yeah, he's always fired up before.
Yeah, he's a bundle of energy and just a very positive influence all around.
You know, this could be another fun summer in Chicago. It really could. You remember 2 years ago when both teams made the playoffs, and it was really a cool thing for those of us who have covered baseball a long time in Chicago and gone without either team making the playoffs for so long. And then they have two of them. Neither one lasted very long, but it was really a fun experience. And I think the Sox have a real legitimate good chance to win their division. I think the Cubs, if things would go right, they have, you look down at the beginning of the season, you say, you look at all the teams, you say, how many ifs does the team have? So you say, okay, the Cubs have if Ramirez stays healthy, if Lee isn't too old, if Soriano comes back. And so you go down all these ifs, if Lily's okay, if they find the fifth starter. So you go down all the ifs, and then you go to the other teams. And the Cubs do have ifs. There isn't any doubt about it. But, the Cardinals are not a real deep team, and I don't know if they can put together another season like they had last year or not.
Well, their closer, had been somewhat of a journeyman guy, Ryan Franklin.
Sure.
He had not a perfect year, but pretty close to it. Can he duplicate what he did last year? Chris Carpenter hasn't been the epitome of health over the last several years. Last year, for the most part, it's a flare out into left and a base hit. White Sox are going to try to tie it. No, Williams is going to hold up at third. I think Jeff Cox was trying to send him, but Kenny Williams Jr. slipped a little bit on what is probably some wet grass here at these cool temperatures, so he decided to hold up at third. It's an RBI single for Martin, and the bases are still loaded, and it's now 3-2. The pitch that was up in the zone, and Jeff Cox was sending him, but no slippage.
It's a good thing too, because he was flat out gone at the plate, I think, if he would have gone. And Kenny Williams is a fast kid.
Still loaded up, Donnie Lucy, the catcher, inside corner for a strike. Well, the thing the Cardinals have, not only do they have two Cy Young candidates right at the top of their rotation, but they have two guys who could battle each other for the batting title and the home run title and the RBI title. Really, all the Triple Crown categories, you could make a case for both Holiday and Pujols right near the top.
And the Reds are going to be better this year. There's some people who think the Reds could sneak in there in second place. And I think the Brewers will be okay. They've really improved their pitching staff.
I think Jim Edmonds is going to make that team. He hit a home run today off Jeff Samardzija, and I'm told by the Brewers people that he's played tremendous defense. So he's still got a little left in the tank. See what they do here. They get one. That's it. Tie game as Williams scores to make it 3-3 on a fielder's choice. So Donnie Lucy gets the game tying RBI. It's 3-3.
Yeah, Randy Wolf makes them better if he's healthy. That's a good team, and you talk about good hitters, and you take Ryan Braun and young Cecil Fielder. I'll tell you what, that's a pretty lethal combination. Tram's out this time, so
that is going to be it. Looks like Mitch Atkins is coming in, so young Jay Jackson struggling, giving up 3 hits, a walk, and the tying run. So Atkins coming in, and we'll be right back. It's 3-3 in the 6th.
5 trucks, 10 days, hundreds of patio sets, only at The Great Escape, and only for 10 days. We purchased 5 truckloads of bulk inventory for this blowout event. Patio sets, lounge chairs, fire pits, umbrellas, and cushions. 10-piece, 5-piece, even 3-piece bistro sets from only $199. Save on all new 2010 patio collections on sale. Plus, get factory cash back or 0% financing for up to 36 months. Only at The Great Escape.
Escape your everyday. Shop The Great Escape.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lou Canellis. Alongside, you've seen him before. You love him. He's a Hall of Famer. He was a part of the '85 championship team. Dan Hampton and Dr. Jeff from the Illinois Back Institute. Hamp, I watched you for 20 years on the lakefront. You sure gave it to the opposition. You also absorbed some pain in the process.
Well, you're exactly right. You know, my rookie year, I hurt my back. And over the next dozen years of playing, it got worse. But they said, hey, you got to live with it. Well, in retirement, yeah, that got a little tougher and tougher. And about 3 years ago, it was so bad, I had to go see this guy at the Illinois Back Institute. Dr. Jeff showed me all the new techniques and things that they developed, and it changed my life.
Tell us about your breakthrough procedure, Doc.
We have a program to heal the disc of your spine. It's all done without drugs and surgery, and it can handle the most chronic back problem and also resolve the very new back problem.
And they will give you a free evaluation. All you need to do is call 866-693-0955 or go to their website, IllinoisBackPain.com. Live pain-free.
Right-hander Mitch Atkins, who had a very tough year at AAA Iowa last year, with an 8-12 record and a 6.58 ERA and 27 starts, although 2 scoreless appearances in his major league debut with the Cubs.
Now he is tall.
Yes, he is. He is 6'3".
Thank you.
6'3", 230.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
24 years old, 7th rounder back in 2004. First and third with 2 outs. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Dave Van Dyke from the Chicago Tribune is with us. Quick turnaround tomorrow, so I know it's ballpark, hotel, ballpark for you.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah. You know, you got 2 choices when you come to Vegas. You can either go back to the hotel and go to bed, right? Get ready for tomorrow's game and put your game face on early, or you just stay up all night and don't shave and come to the ballpark.
That's right. Well, I am not working tomorrow, so you can guess which one I will be doing.
Yeah, I know which one you're going to be doing. And I know some of the White Sox, I don't know if the Cubs did, but some of the White Sox came last night, too, to get a little start on things. Oh, this place will wear you out.
It will.
And it'll wear out your pocket, too.
The 1-1 from Atkins. This is going to give the White Sox their first lead tonight as Kotze scores. Throw to third. Late. Throw to second. Not in time.
Yeah, that's you don't like to see that. Let the runner go from first to second on that. That could end up being an important run in the game before it's all over. And this is spring training, of course. But those are things that drive managers crazy, just like guys that come in and give up walks. So it just drives them crazy. That's
Kyler Burke now playing right. That's one of those moments, Dave, they call teachable moments. It was interesting during batting practice. Ryan Theriot was working with DJ LeMahieu, both guys former LSU Tigers, on his double play pivot. Ryan was making a line in the dirt just past
shortstop or second base?
Well, it was at second base, but I like to see the veteran players, working with the youngsters during BP.
Yeah, you know, and there's something about spring training that when you come, Trammell was talking about this before the game, that you go over stuff, even if you're a veteran that you've done before, but you haven't played the game for 6 or 7 months, and you kind of relearn it, and that's why you play these games, is to say, oh yeah, I remember that situation. I remember what I do here. I remember that guy's got a good arm or a bad arm or whatever. So those are, yeah, you're right. If you don't do something, you say, well, you can get back on the bike, but yes, you can after 6 months, but you're a little wobbly with the front wheel, right? Until you learn that you got to go straight again. So that's what spring training is for, that and getting your arm in shape and getting ready for the long haul.
Well, baseball is such a routine-oriented game that if you're doing something mechanically wrong over and over and over again, you form habits. And so the idea of spring training is to get those habits right and then repeat them throughout the year. 1-2, swing and a miss, and that is the inning. Always a pleasure. Dave Van Dyke, we will be reading throughout the year. Should be a fun year for Cubs baseball. Thank you, sir. Thank you. 4-3 White Sox after 6.
We'll head to the ninth with the Cubs up by 2.
You're clear. Partner, that sweater is uglier than Shea Stadium.
Surprised you didn't say that on the air.
It's time for a new wardrobe.
I assume you have somewhere in mind.
Wrigleyville Sports.
Oh, no, that place is so intimidating. Too many choices.
Too many choices? Ever hear of asking for help? Their staff is the best.
Okay, say they help me pick out a new wardrobe. What do I do with this sweater?
Easy. Burn it.
Just like your hairpiece.
Hey, Jerry, Motivational Speaker Monday.
Oh, wow. Hate to miss it, but it's Jolly Roger Day.
Jolly what?
His battle song was known to strike fear into the hearts of men.
We're pirates of the sea, as scary as can be. We'll board your boat and hunt for treasure.
Though in one instance, it went horribly wrong.
Fire.
Jolly Roger never allowed his men to sing again.
How do you commemorate that?
We see a show in Vegas.
Wow.
Some people think it's crazy, but we're living proof that you can win. Win big, too.
Meet U.S. Cellular customers Reggie and Penny. They enter every contest they can.
The first was a trip to Catalina Island, then to Paris, London, Norway.
Belize, Honduras, Cozumel.
We won 4 trips to Florida.
Yeah, we've been to Florida 4 times.
So those are some of the trips that we've won.
Give Reggie and Penny a call. Ask them for some tricks of the trade. With U.S. Cellular, every call they get is free. Anytime, from anyone. U.S. Cellular. Believe in something better.
Tomorrow, the battle in Las Vegas continues as Paul Konerko and the White Sox battle Derek Lee and the Cubs in a spring training showdown. White Sox Cubs, the countdown to opening day. Tomorrow at 3 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Monday, Agassi, Nadal, Sampras, Federer. They're all right here on Comcast Sportsnet for the BNP Hit for Haiti. Tune in for a once-in-a-lifetime game as Agassi and Nadal team up for a charity doubles match against Pete Sampras and top-ranked Roger Federer. All proceeds go to the American Red Cross Haiti Relief and Development Fund. It's the BNP Hit for Haiti, and it's right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Wholesale changes for the White Sox. And the most significant is a right-hander, Johnny Nunez. Brent Lillibridge now playing short. C.J. Rutherford is at second, and James Gallagher at first. Got a new left fielder out there. We'll, as we normally say, get to them as the ball is hit their way. Good old number 86. It's Christian Marrero in left. Fouled back by Marlon Byrd. The White Sox grabbed the lead with 3 runs in the 6th inning, all charged to right-hander Jay Jackson. Jason Nix is still in the game, by the way. He has moved to third. Two on Marlin. Bouncer to the shortstop Lillibridge. Little bobble, going to be close. Safe. Marlon Byrd running very hard out of the box. Will now be removed for a pinch runner. That'll be an error on Lillibridge. And that's it for Marlon Byrd as Brett Jackson will pinch run for him. Here's Kevin Millar. outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Millar has yet to put a ball in play. He has walked and been caught looking on strikes twice. Pops it up. Lucy with not much room behind home plate. There's a lot of foul ground in front of each dugout, but very little right directly behind home plate. In fact, the fans in the first few rows directly behind the dish are closer to the plate than the pitcher is. Throw to first. Jackson dives back in safely. Jackson, the Cubs' first-round pick in 2009. Jackson fakes towards second. Millar takes the pitch low, and it's 3-1. Kevin Millar. Jackson runs and Millar hits it foul. Have some happy birthday wishes to go out to a couple of members of the Cubs coaching staff. Third base coach Mike Quaddy and pitching coach Larry Rothschild celebrating birthdays. Mike turning 53, Larry 56 today, so happy birthday to both. Jackson runs again. Ball 4, 2 on, nobody out. On an error and a walk. And now in Xavier Nady's spot. As Ozzie Guillen chats with his pitching coach Don Cooper. Another Cubs first-round pick. Josh Vitters, a third overall pick in 2007. Batting in the DH spot. Called strike. Vitters, a third baseman. Drafted out of high school. Now we'll have a pinch runner for Kevin Millar. That'll be Michael Hoffpower. Good thing if you like to keep score at home, even for spring training. I would say 9 out of 10 changes are straight up, so you can pencil in Michael Hoffpower at first base and Brett Jackson in center. As they have come in pinch running spots, that's a gapper right center, and it's going to roll all the way to the wall for Vitters. One is in. Hoffpower trying to score. He will easily, and that is a triple for Josh Vitters, and the Cubs lead again. It's 5-4. A 2-run triple for one of the Cubs' top prospects. Once this ball got in between Williams and De Aza out in right center, you know, Vitters was thinking third base. So just like that, the Cubs have the lead once again. The infield in for the White Sox against Mike Fontenot, with Vitters at third and nobody out. 1-1 the count. Fontenot's 2 for 3 with an RBI and a run. The Cubs had the lead for the first 6 innings of this game. The White Sox played at 3 in the last half inning. But the Cubs have gotten the lead once again. The kick and the 1-2. And we'll do it again. Soto on deck. Cubs trying to add some insurance. Another foul. Again, Ryan Dempster will pitch tomorrow afternoon. And the Cubs will fly back to Arizona. Another split squad day tomorrow. The other Cubs team will play Cincinnati. So Dusty Baker returning to Hohokam Park as the Reds are now in Arizona. High chopper, base hit. Back up the middle. It's 6-4. Fontenot with his second RBI of the ball game. And he will be removed for a pinch runner. Waited on the breaking ball. And the dirt. Normally here in Las Vegas is pretty hard, as most of these western ballparks are, and he was able to chop that one straight into center. Trying to get the pinch runner for you. I think it's DJ LeMahieu. No. Trying to catch the number on the back of that jersey. I'm going to go with Matt Camp. Two and two to Soto. Camp dives back in safely. Well, the youngsters have struggled here on the mound. Jay Jackson had a tough time in the bottom of the 6th, and Johnny Nunez struggling here in the 7th. Former member of the Dodgers and Yankees chains. As Ryan Braun, a right-hander, up for the White Sox. Runner goes, ball 4. So an error, a walk, a 2-run triple, an RBI single, and now another free pass. A good 7th for the Cubs. Here's Jeff Baker for the 4th time. Pitcher and catcher discussing things. Follow your team on your iPhone, iPod Touch, BlackBerry, and Android phone with MLB.com at Bat 2010, featuring play-by-play video highlights and live audio broadcasts. Visit Cubs.com on your iPhone or iPod Touch to purchase. Ozzie is going to make a change. Johnny Nunez faced 5, victimized by an error to start it, but has not recorded an out. And the White Sox making a change. Ryan Braun is in. We'll be right back in the 7th.
Get Nissan quality now. This is Nissan Now, a sales event with 0% financing on most new Nissans, plus a $199 lease on Altima. If that ends soon, get to Nissan now.
What are we gonna do now?
Jimmy John's.
Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys.
Can I get that number?
Great thing about having AT&T U-verse is you can record a show here, pause it, play it back in any room in the house. Like here in the kitchen. Or here in the bedroom. Or even here. Wow, these guys really love TV.
Only AT&T U-verse lets you record your shows and play them back in any room. AT&T U-verse, a better TV experience. Call, visit, or click today. Now get up to $300 back via promotion cards.
Get Nissan quality now. This is Nissan Now, a sales event with 0% financing on most new Nissans, plus a $199 lease on Altima. If that ends soon, get to Nissan now.
Coming up Tuesday, the Bulls travel to Tennessee for a rematch with the Grizzlies. Tune in as your Chicago Bulls fight for a spot in the playoffs. Coverage begins at 6:30 with GMC Sports Night. Bulls and Grizzlies. Tuesday night at 7, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Johnny Nunez could not record an out, so right-hander Ryan Braun, not to be confused with the Brewers left fielder, will take over as he faces Jeff Baker. The Cubs lead 6-4. They've scored 3 runs in this inning. 1 strike on Baker. Braun is a former Kansas City Royal. Missed most of the year last year, recovering from Tommy John surgery the year before. He did not pitch at all in 2008. "29 years old, from Kitchener, Ontario, Canada. In tight to make it 2-1. Pinch runner Camp is at second. Soto is at first. Could be 2. It goes 4 to 6 to 3 for the double play. So Rutherford and Lillibridge team up. So 2 big outs for Ryan Braun. And a 2-hopper to Rutherford. Ball throw dug out by Gallagher at first. So Camp is now at third. 2 gone. It's Sam Fuld. Shows bunt, takes ball 1. I mentioned some of the changes at Clark and Addison coming up. The new PNC club down the left field line. Got a neat area that I'm looking forward to seeing under the right field bleachers for corporate pregame gatherings. You can see into the batting cage. That should be a new twist. Full grounds out. The Cubs, however, get 3. Stretch time from Vegas. Cubs 6, White Sox 4.
Welcome to Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. It's not just pizza, it's much more. Spaghetti, lasagna, chicken parmesan, fettuccine alfredo, Italian beef, antipasto salad, appetizers, desserts, and so much more. Let Giordano's cater your office, your special occasion with great care and fresh ingredients.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
This is a place that defies imagination, where endless tables serve up unparalleled action on one of the world's greatest casino floors, the home of the Midwest's largest poker room. There is no place else for better odds or higher limits. No VIP rooms more attentive to you, because this is legendary gambling beyond anything you've ever experienced before. Horseshoe Casino, where entertainment knows no bounds.
Great thing about having AT&T U-verse is you can record a show here, pause it, play it back in any room in the house. Like here in the kitchen. Or here in the bedroom. Or even here. Wow, these guys really love TV.
Only AT&T U-verse lets you record your shows and play them back in any room. AT&T U-verse, a better TV experience. Call, visit, or click today. Now get up to $300 back via promotion cards.
Plan your next corporate function or family gathering in the comfort of the Wrigley Field Mezzanine Suites, presented by Nuveen Investments. Suites are available now for games during the season. To book your suite or for more info, visit Cubs.com/suites or call 773-404-4200. More changes for the Cubs. Hung Wen Chen is now pitching. And trying to protect a late 2-run lead. The Cubs lead 6-4. Chen signed with the Cubs out of Taiwan in 2007. And his first pitch is low, ball 1. Working to Christian Marrero. As the regulars are going to get their running in. That's foul past first. Marrero now playing left. Fontenot and Baker. Ryan Terrio going to get some running in. Little tapper. Chen gets off the mound and tosses to Hoffpower for the first out. Brings up C.J. Rutherford. Another thing fans will notice at Wrigley Field this season, the bathrooms have been renovated, which is always a good thing. High fly drive, that's deep. And Fuld is going to not make the play, just over his head. Throw to third is in time. They're going to get him. Rutherford tried to stretch it into a triple, and they got him. Ball was hit very high, just got over Fuld off the wall. think he might have slightly mistimed the jump, but Brett Jackson picked it up quickly on a 2-hop throw to Flaherty at third. Ryan Flaherty made the tag. The home plate umpire made the call. So Rutherford will be given a double, but thrown out 8-5. James Gallagher. It's his first at bat. He's playing first. I mentioned Scott Air, the former Cub, earlier. Announced his retirement over the offseason and said he has plans on taking his family on a summer trip out west in the family RV. That includes his wife, their 2 kids, and their 4 dogs. So we wish Scott Air the best of luck in retirement. Hung-Wen Chen with a nice job in the 7th. Cubs maintain their 6-4 lead as we move to the 8th.
Forget about retirement. I'm going to play baseball.
Michael, that's the Easton Synergy IMX. Its reduction in mass in the barrel makes it lighter for faster exit speed, and it's got a bigger sweet spot, so anyone can hit like a pro. Now, for a limited time, save $200 on the Easton Synergy BZN1 bat, only at Sports Authority.
All I saw was just a gray wall coming, and that was when we got in behind the stairwell.
We wrote the insurance just 5 days before the tornado hit.
Great to be able to call someone who's local and can answer your questions right away.
That's just what Farmers is all about.
Now, I know with our old policy, we weren't covered as well. Things change, and you need to be changing your insurance to match it.
There's no place like Chicago for baseball season, and there's no network for spring training coverage like Comcast Sportsnet. This winter, we'll be live from both camps to count down to opening day. Watch at Chicago Tribune Live and Sportsnet report daily on everything Cubs and Sox. And don't miss our behind-the-scenes coverage on CSNChicago.com. Plus, tune in for 8 exciting Cactus League matchups, including a crosstown rivalry in Vegas. It's the countdown to opening day, presented by Nissan. All spring training long on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Experience Cubs baseball from the private comfort of the Bud Light Batter's Eye, located in center field, offering a spectacular view and catered service for groups of 75 to 100. The Bud Light Batter's Eye is a great option for entertaining in Chicago's unpredictable spring weather. The Bud Light Batter's Eye is also available for non-game day functions. To book your date or for more information, visit Cubs.com/suites or call 773-404-4200. Cubs leading Aussies White Sox 6-4 as we get into the 8th. Another top Cubs prospect, DJ LeMahieu. Shank foul and out of play. LeMahieu spelling Ryan Theriot at short. Like Ryan, he went to LSU. Second rounder from last year. And goes into this season, according to Baseball America, in the Cubs' top 10 in terms of the Cubs' best prospects. He's number 10 on that list. Flared to right, base hit for LeMahieu. Big turnaround first. He's going to hold there with a leadoff single. I'm getting a good look at a lot of the Cubs' position player prospects. And off the end of the bat, took that breaking pitch the other way, didn't try to pull it, and that's why he's on with nobody out. Kyler Burke playing right, fouls it back. One strike on Burke. Braun on the mound. The pitch. Breaking ball didn't break. 1-1. Didn't mean to. Braun throws. Not in time. Good hit by Gallagher, but it was a little late. And Burke is aboard with a leadoff hit. Or rather, an infield hit. An excuse me infield single for Kyler Burke. Burke, the Cubs minor league player of the year from last year. Came over from San Diego in the middle of 2007. Brett Jackson tried to push one down the third base line. It's foul. Jackson, the number 2 prospect. You've seen almost the whole list in terms of position players in this game. Only guy you haven't seen right at the top is Starlin Castro. But he didn't make the trip. Jackson, just 21 years old, attended the University of California, Berkeley. As you see Burke at first base. LeMahieu at second, nobody out. Cubs lead 6-4. Three and one. Jackson listed at 6'2", 210. First full professional season. Got 53 games in with 3 different teams last year. Rookie League Mesa. And then Boise and Peoria to finish the year. He hit .318 last year with 8 home runs and 211 at bats. Also stole 13 bases. Swing and a miss. Braun strikes him out. Michael Hoffpower coming up, and he's in a big battle for basically the last spot on the roster. And among those battling for that spot, Andres Blanco's battling a sprained knee. We saw Sam Full tonight. Kevin Millar, and left-handed swinging corner infielder Chad Tracy also in that mix. Backdoor breaker for a strike on Hoffpower. Nothing in 2 on Hoffpower. Cubs out hitting the White Sox 11-5. 2 errors in the game, both belonging to the home team. Which for tonight is the Southsiders. Cubs will be the home team tomorrow. Fly ball, shallow center. Williams catches it. 2 down.
Number 71.
Now the guy who's to this point who has the biggest hit in the ball game, Josh Vitters, a 2-run triple to give the Cubs their current lead. That was in the 7th. He's in the DH spot. And Xavier Nady went 0 for 3 in that spot earlier tonight. Strike 1 on Vitters. According to a Kerry Muscat's MLB.com story, Derek Lee could be back into the Cubs lineup as early as tomorrow. Again, scratched today with a bruised left foot. Bobby Scales and Brad Snyder had an outfield collision going after a fly ball yesterday. Scales was back in the lineup. Snyder dealing with a thigh bruise, but is here in Las Vegas. Rutherford backpedaling and makes a catch. Cubs started with back-to-back hits, but do not score. We played 7.5 from Las Vegas. The Cubs lead the White Sox 6-4.
A sport-tuned, high-flow exhaust system delivers more power. Electric power steering delivers a precise and efficient way of using it. The powerful Acura TL. The most innovative thinking you'll find in an Acura.
Take advantage of attractive lease rates on the 2010 Acura TL for well-qualified customers.
The Illinois High School Hockey State Championship Blackhawk Cup, presented by Hinkley Springs and supported by Comcast Sportsnet and the U.S. Marine Corps, is on Friday, March 26th at the United Center. The girls' matchup begins at 5 p.m., followed by the boys' game at 7 p.m. Attendees will have a chance to win amazing prizes, such as playoff tickets, ice time at the UC, and even a meet and greet with Patrick Kane. Tickets are just $5 and can be purchased at ChicagoBlackhawks.com or at the box office. For groups of 10 or more, call 312-455-7000 and ask about our 2-for-1 special.
Thursday, the Blackhawks take on the Kings in a Western Conference showdown. Tune in as Marion Jose and the Hawks proceed through the City of Angels. Coverage begins with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live. Blackhawks Kings, Thursday night at 9, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
64 teams came, and then there were 4. See college basketball's biggest event on Chicago's biggest screen. The opening rounds, March 18th and 19th, live at the venue, exclusively at Horseshoe Casino.
For Soriano, got a grand slam! Glenn Casper and our Comcast Sportsnet crew from Las Vegas. Big crowd tonight of 10,448, and the new Cubs pitcher, right-hander Brian Schlitter. Acquired from the Phillies back in 2008. He was born in Oak Park, Illinois, went to Maine South High School. A few fans have headed off to other destinations tonight in the Las Vegas area. These two teams will be right back at it tomorrow afternoon. Kenny Williams Jr. will start the bottom of the 8th for the White Sox. Fastball high, ball 1. Not sure if I mentioned it earlier, but even if I did, I suppose it doesn't hurt to repeat. Wellington Castillo now catching. Drive out into center. This is Jackson, and that's the first out. Arcatse done for the night. He walked 3 times in the DH spot and scored a run. Dale Mollenhauer will bat for Katse. A heater in there for strike 1. Schlitter 6'5", 235. He's a big dude. 24 years old. Attended Lake County Community College in Florida and also the College of Charleston in South Carolina. One and two now. Good job by Hung Wen Chen to really settle things down. Gave up a double in the 7th. They got some help from Brett Jackson, who made a nice throw to third to nail C.J. Rutherford, who was trying to leg out a triple. That was the only base runner Chen allowed. The 2-2 offering. Check swing, bouncer over the pitcher, and it'll be an infield hit. Boy, it's like cement in front of home plate here at Cashman Field. So Mollenhauer on with an infield hit. Cubs really had no chance to get him. Well, actually, that was off home plate on the check swing. Brent Lillibridge, as the Cubs will try to turn 2 and get out of this inning. Other interesting news and notes from around baseball. Brian Giles announced his retirement. He was in camp with the Los Angeles Dodgers, a career .291 hitter. Former Indian, Pirate, and Padre. Played for a decade and a half, but he has an arthritic right knee, and that forced him to hang it up at 39 years old. So now Doug Minkiewicz and Garrett Anderson. A couple of other veterans battling for a spot on the Dodger roster. Speaking of the Dodgers, former Cub and current Dodger coach Larry Boa was in the hospital, but has been released. He had some abdominal pains. They're now calling it a 24-hour bug. Well, we hope Larry's feeling better. Sounding more and more like Brandon Webb is going to start the year on the disabled list for the Arizona Diamondbacks, coming back from right shoulder surgery. Big swing by Lillibridge. He fouled it back. 1-2 the count. Good heat, 93 on the stadium gun in that last fastball. Lance Berkman's going to have minor left knee surgery and will miss 2 to 4 weeks. So his opening day spot on the active rosters in jeopardy. Almost hit him. I think it just missed him. Good play by The catcher Castillo to keep that one from going to the backstop. 2 balls, 2 strikes. One on, one out, tying run at the plate for the White Sox. Indian shortstop Asdrubal Cabrera left the Indians game today with a left leg injury. No word on how serious that is. Those little aches and pains stand out a lot more during spring training, particularly among players who are doing everything they can to make a roster, and Andres Blanco would definitely fit that bill. Base hit, a seeing eye single through the hole on the left side, 2 on for the White Sox. That brings up Donnie Lucy, the catcher. Some of the Dodgers are in Taiwan. Manny Ramirez made that trip in a 3-game exhibition series against the Chinese Professional Baseball League All-Stars. And the Dodgers lost 5-2. They had just 3 hits in Taipei, Taiwan. Maybe a little jet lag, a 16-hour time difference after a 15-hour flight. Only 2 Dodger runs were knocked in by Chin-Lung Hu, who coincidentally is from Taiwan. Here it's 6-4 Cubs in the 8th inning. They're making this big right-hander work. Ryan Schlitter. Long look at Castillo. Now he has the sign he wants. Look back at the runner at second, and the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. When in doubt, he's gone with that fastball, and then he struck out Lucy on a high one. That's a good pitch. Changed the eye level of the batter. You hear often about pitches that are up. Generally, if they're in the strike zone, leave the ballpark. But you can pitch up and get outs. You just have to pitch up and out of the strike zone. One and nothing on De Aza. Very few guys can make good contact on an eye-high 90-mile-an-hour plus fastball. At the worst, if it's located well, you're going to get a swing and a foul straight back. Good pitch outside corner. Pretty straight but well located. 1 and 2. That one was up, but it's going to end up being a hit for De Aza as the White Sox get 1 to make it 6-5. And they got him. Boy, that's a big third out. A huge mistake by De Aza as he rounded the bag at first, and Micah Hoffpower snuck in behind him, applied the tag, and that's it. So they leave the tying run at third base. We're going to head to the 9th. Cubs still lead by 1.
Bank of America offers the opportunity to see Wrigley Field like you never have before. Take a 90-minute guided tour and check out the press box, locker room, dugouts, and much more. Tours are available on select dates and can be purchased by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
Welcome to Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. It's not just pizza, it's much more. Spaghetti, lasagna, chicken parmesan, fettuccine alfredo, Italian beef, antipasto salad, appetizers, desserts, and so much more. Let Giordano's cater your office, your special occasion with great care and fresh ingredients.
You look like a woman with discerning taste. May interest you in some sports apparel or novelties. Cubs, Sox, Bulls, Bears, Blackhawks. You want it? I got it.
Much like a door-to-door salesman, WrigleyvilleSports.com allows you to shop from home with ease. WrigleyvilleSports.com, the largest selection of Chicago sports merchandise on the web. Obnoxious salesman not included.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
Couple of big plays by some of these Cubs outfield prospects as Kyler Burke with a heads-up throw to Micah Hoffpower, and they get De Aza at first base. Made the big turn around first, took his eyes. Well, no, he didn't. He saw Burke coming the whole way, but didn't think the throw was going to get there in time. And earlier, Brett Jackson nailed a runner trying to stretch a double into a triple. So it's 6-5 Cubs here in the 9th. Matt Camp batting against Cleveland Santalese, and that goes off the glove of Jason Nix past Lillibridge. And Camp dives in safely at second. If it's an error on Nix, it'll be the 3rd error of the night on the White Sox. And it is an error. A heater for a strike, and good base running by Matt Camp. Taking that extra base. That's a good play, particularly when you're already up a run. Kind of a low-risk, high-reward play. Fouled back by Wellington Castillo. If I have it correct, and there's a very good chance I don't, but the only regular who started the game for the Cubs and is still in is Sam Fuld in left. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's it for Castillo. Now Sammy just came out of the dugout, so he's the only starter still in the game for the Cubs. Here's Ryan Flaherty. Playing third base. Ball one outside. Flaherty, the Cubs' number 9 prospect, as selected by Baseball America. Left-handed batter, 23 years old, born in Portland, Maine. He went to Vanderbilt and was a second-round pick in 08. Signed by Antonio Grissom as Santalese underhands to Gallagher. 2 down in the inning. With the runner at third, Camp is 90 feet away for Sam Full. Full, a Stanford product. He hails from Durham, New Hampshire. Called strike. He's been battling juvenile diabetes. He was diagnosed when he was 10. Like Ron Santo during his playing days. And to this day, Sam has to give himself insulin shots and monitor his levels every single day. Santalese with a pitch. 1-2. Popped out of the mid of Lucy, but not far enough for Camp to try to score. Remember, Camp got on via an error by Nix to start this inning. Driven deep left center, but Williams with a beat on it, and he makes a play. So ahead to the bottom of the ninth as the Cubs try to win a tight one, leading 6-5.
Great thing about having AT&T U-verse is you can record a show here, pause it, play it back in any room in the house. Like here in the kitchen, or here in the bedroom, or even here. Wow, these guys really love TV.
Only AT&T U-verse lets you record your shows and play them back in any room. AT&T U-verse, a better TV experience. Call, visit, or click today. Now get up to $300 back via promotion cards.
Welcome to Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. It's not just pizza, it's much more. Spaghetti, lasagna, chicken parmesan, fettuccine alfredo, Italian beef, antipasto salad, appetizers, desserts, and so much more. Let Giordano's cater your office, your special occasion with great care and fresh ingredients.
Get Nissan quality now. Get safety now. Get savings now. This is Nissan Now, a sales event with our best deals ever on our strongest lineup ever. 0% financing on every sedan, crossover, truck, and SUV. Plus, great lease offers like $199 on the new Altima. If that ends soon, get to Nissan now.
Thanks for being with us this late night of Cubs baseball from Las Vegas. Cactus League action as the Northsiders lead the Southsiders 6-5. We get into the bottom of the ninth. Greg Maddux and Matt Sinatra chatting about who knows what. I'm sure it has to do with baseball. Right-hander Blake Parker will try to pick up the save. Parker taken in the 16th round 4 years ago. Jason Nix will lead it off for the White Sox. Here we go. Ball one. Well, if the Cubs hang on, it'll be a split squad split for both teams. Cubs lost earlier against Milwaukee, 12-3. And the White Sox beat the Angels 10-7. Parker's from Fayetteville, Arkansas, with the college in his hometown, University of Arkansas at Fayetteville. A little bit outside, 3-1. Parker does not want to walk the leadoff man with a one-run lead here in the ninth. And that's ball 4. So a leadoff walk. Tying run is now on for the Sox. Normally when we come here, it's pretty windy. I believe it was about 10 miles an hour, a crosswind when we started, but it's as calm as you'll ever see it at the moment. It's cooled off probably around 50, 51 degrees at the moment, but still comfortable. They're expecting the low tonight to be in the mid to upper 40s here in Vegas. Ball 1 to Christian Marrero. Alan Trammell doesn't have anybody else up here in the ninth. This game is Blake Parker's to save or lose. And he is not throwing strikes. 2-0, and I think Lester Strode, yep, here it comes. And trying to calm him down. Once again, you can sign up online at Cubs.com for your chance to win tickets for opening day. The Milwaukee Brewers will provide the opponent on Monday, April 12th at 1:20. Morgan Club is going to reopen near the corner of Addison and Sheffield. There's a strike. Tying run at first, that's Nix. And a 2-1 count on Christian Marrero. The kick, the pitch, 3-1. Walks were a problem for Tom Gorzolani in the second inning tonight, as he gave up a run without a hit. Only run he gave up in 3 solid innings. He had very good stuff. Just had to have 1 inning in which his command was off. Big pitch here for Parker. 3-2 with a runner on, nobody out in a 6-5 game. Nix takes off for second, bouncer to first, gobbled up by Hoffpower. That's the first out. Well, now you hope Parker can settle in after getting that first out. Nice pick on the short hop by Micah. Now it's C.J. Rutherford. Who was not drafted out of Arizona State and signed with the White Sox in 2007. Waves at a slow breaker, strike one. Bottom fell out of that. Good curveball from Parker. Trying to keep Nix honest at second. Another spinner, this one outside, 1-1. Cubs trying to get back over 500 on the spring. They're at 4-4. White Sox at 4-3-2 entering play tonight. 3 straight breaking pitches. Last 2 have missed, 2-1. Here it is, strike 2. Well, they say with 2 strikes you have to be sitting fastball, but if you're C.J. Rutherford, you've seen 4 consecutive breaking balls. See what Parker gives him on the 2-2. Breaking ball again, that's crushed foul. And if you're wondering why you have to sit fastball with 2 strikes, because it's the fastest pitch. If you're sitting breaking ball, you won't have time to react if that fastball's in the strike zone. The thought is you have a much easier time reacting to a pitch that's slower than the one you're expecting. Easier said than done, though. I'm sure some great hitters feeling good about what they know is coming next have probably tried to sit breaking ball, and then after they flailed very late on a fastball, thought to themselves, I'll never do that again. A second 2-2 pitch. Low, 3-2. Still hasn't thrown him a fastball. You see the potential tying run at the bottom of your screen, Jason Nix. Blake Parker trying to keep him right there. The 3-2 hit foul. That was a heater. First one of this sequence. Good battle here between Parker and Rutherford. High fly ball, that's hooking. Boy, he really hit it a long way. Home run distance, but foul. Well, that breaking ball was letter high. And thankfully for the Cubs, Rutherford was way out in front of it. And that would have ended the game. Another 3-2. Ball 4. He's walked 2 in the inning. Eduardo Escobar will run for Rutherford at first. He represents the winning run for the White Sox. James Gallagher, the first baseman. Cubs in double play depth. Gallagher has not played above Double-A. Finished last year at Birmingham in the Southern League. Parker's 1-1. Good change up, 1 and 2. .39 career saves, all in the minor leagues for Blake Parker. Trying to save this one here tonight. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back changeups, and they were both dandies from Parker against a left-handed hitter. Well, that is such an effective pitch. What's up to Kenny Williams Jr. as Cub fans stand and yawn. Been a long night or a long day for some. Nick still at second. Escobar, the pinch runner, at first. No hits in the inning, but Parker has made it a little bit too interesting by walking 2. Inside. Ball 1 to Williams. Swing and a miss. I'll tell you what, from what I've seen this half inning, Parker with that changeup has been a lot more effective against the lefties than the righties. We haven't seen the changeup against the righties, but we've seen 3 dandies to lefties. 2 and 1. The 2-1. This should do it. Hoffpower will take it by himself, and the Cubs hang on. Cubs win 6-5 the final. Parker walked a couple in the ninth, but he was able to close them out without any damage. So the Cubs will go for the 2-game sweep tomorrow afternoon. The final score tonight, the Cubs 6, the White Sox 5. Our next Cubs telecast tomorrow at 3. Hawkins Stoney will have the call right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Bob and I will be back Cubs television coming up Sunday from 10 p.m. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. Thanks to all of our guests tonight and our great crew here in Vegas. This is Len Casper saying so long from Cashman Field. Sports Night with Luke Stuckmeyer is next.
As long as we're winding up our doing dials, let's wind them with precision. Open our throttle to even more selection and turn that savings swagger up full tilt. So when the time comes to bust open a can of doing, we've got all the tools for all the things we need to make them happen. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, get Scott's Naturescapes mulch for the new lower price of just $3.88.
Forget about retirement. I'm going to play baseball.
Michael, that's the Easton Synergy IMX. Its reduction of mass in the barrel makes it lighter for faster exit speed, and it's got a bigger sweet spot, so anyone can hit like a pro. Now, for a limited time, get a $25 cash card good for anything in the entire store when you spend $100 or more, only at Sports Authority.
When you want Chicago sports news, Comcast Sportsnet has you covered. Start your day with Sports Rise from 5 to 10 a.m. Tune in on your lunch break for Sports Day at noon. Then at 5:30, sit down with David Kaplan and the hottest names in sports for Chicago Tribune Live. Wrap up the evening with Sports Night at 6:30, 10, 10:30 at midnight. And before and after every game, we'll break down the action on pre- and post-game live. We've got you covered at Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Tomorrow, the battle in Las Vegas continues as Paul Konerko and the White Sox battle Derek Lee and the Cubs in a spring training showdown. White Sox Cubs, the countdown to opening day. Tomorrow at 3 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Every morning, catch up on everything happening in Chicago sports with Sports Rise, only on Comcast Sportsnet. It's the perfect way to start your sports day. Sports Rise, every morning, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Hi, I'm Todd Gibson. You're watching the home Chicago Bulls basketball, Comcast Sportsnet.
That is a poor job of officiating.
The Bulls try to keep their cool as things get heated down in Miami.
That was scary. It was.
Hit me. The Cubs and Sox play Vegas in front of a full house where everything's wild. The Irish press their luck against the Mountaineers. The Illini go all in against the Badgers. And Northwestern hopes history repeats itself. It's music to your ears. Sports Night starts right now.
Is Sports Night from the Comcast Sportsnet studios in downtown Chicago.
Hello and welcome to Sports Night. I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. The banged-up Bulls limping into Miami without 3 of their best players and probably a snowball's chance on South Beach. Luol Deng, Joakim Noah, and Derrick Rose all had to watch against Dwayne Wade in the Heat. Before the game, the MRI on Derrick Rose's wrist showing just a sprain, no ligament damage or fractures. That's the good news. Bulls trying to snap their season-long 6-game skid. Derrick Rose could only watch. First quarter, Mario Chalmers lobs it up for Dwayne Wade, the Chicago native. The Monsters slam in Miami up by 6 after 1. Second quarter, James Johnson measuring it up from the corner. He played a lot in this one. Hits the 3. Bulls down 5. Later on the break, Gennaro Pargo the feed to Johnson for the hoop and the harm. He had 14 points in the first half. Bulls down just 1 at the break and battling. Third quarter, Miami back in control. Wade, baseline and look out below. Miami up 64-56. Later, Wade for Jermaine O'Neal down low. Another flush. He had 25. Miami up 12 after 3. In the fourth, Bulls down 10, trying to hang around. Johnson in the corner. Wide open 3. He had a career-high 20 points. Bulls within 7. But then another Chicago native, Quentin Richardson. 3 of his own. Q had 23. Heat back up by 10. Later, tensions boiling over. Wade fouled going to the hoop by Brad Miller. That's a flagrant foul. Kirk Heinrich argues with the ref over the call. He gets a technical. Then after the free throws, Heinrich still at it and in the ref's face, making contact. He's ejected. Might be hearing from the league office. Bulls lose their 7th straight, 108-95. Realistically, when your 3 best players are out of the lineup, your chances of winning slim. Rose, Deng, and Noah usually responsible for 50% of the Bulls' points, rebounds, and assists. Tough to win with that kind of production out of the lineup. Bulls get a few days off now. Their next game is Tuesday against the Grizzlies. You can catch that action right here on Comcast Sportsnet. We will preview the matchup on GMC Sportsnet at 6:30. Then at 7, Neil Funk and Stacey King with the call from FedEx Forum. Fifth-seeded Milwaukee Bucks hosting the Jazz last night, 4th quarter. That's former Bull John Salmons the steal. He had 24. Milwaukee up 3. Under 30 seconds left, tied at 87. Ersan Ilyasova, the offensive board to put back. Bucks up 89-87. Under 20 ticks to play. Jazz down 4. Carlos Boozer blocked by Andrew Bogut. Boozer thought he was fouled, argues, gets a couple of technicals, and then ejected. Bucks survive and win again, 95-87. Bobcats holding on to the 7th spot in the East, hosting the Clippers. 4th quarter, Clippers down 11. Baron Davis for 3 in the corner. Clippers within 9, 2 minutes to go. Leading by 7, Boris Diaw hands it to Steven Jackson. That's a 3. Later, same score. Raymond Felton ahead to action. Jackson for the big dunk. Bobcats win 106-98. So, with Milwaukee and Charlotte winning, Bulls fall further behind in the race for that 8th spot in the East. They now trail the Raptors, who were idle Friday night by 2 full games. Bulls 3 games under the 500 mark all of a sudden. Illinois still on the bubble and fighting for a spot in the NCAA tournament. The Illini had to beat number 13 Wisconsin at the Big Ten tourney to at least have a chance. Wisconsin shot just 18% from the floor in the first half of this one. That's good news. Illini capitalized. Dimitri McCamey, the spin move and jumper. He had 12.5. Illinois up 9 at the break. More from the orange and blue in the second. Big man Mike Tisdale. He had a game-high 21. Illini by 15. Here come the Badgers, though. Under a minute to play, Trayvon Hughes banks in the long 3. Badgers down 6. Next possession, Hughes, another 3. Badgers down just 3. After a pair of Illini free throws, Hughes with his 3rd straight 3. Badgers down just 2. But Hughes would intentionally foul. Jeff Jordan in the process fouls out. MJ loves it. Jordan hit 1 of the 2 free throws, so about 20 seconds to play. Jason Bohannon
with a shot.
Throws up a 3. It's short. Illinois survives. They advance with a 58-54 win at the tourney.
We get up for the tournaments. Even 2 years ago when we had a real tough year, you know, we end up getting in the championship coming out of the bottom half of the league. So our guys rise up, play well, you know, a little bit of fan fouling, enjoy the atmosphere. I'm not sure if there's any, as I said, a true secret. Just hopefully we get them motivated and get them ready to play.
You keep losing away from home and things like that, your confidence gets shot down a little bit, but at the same time, we knew we could compete with a top 25 team, and we just wanted to prove on a new season, new court, that we could come out and compete and win ball games.
Michigan and Ohio State, these teams hate each other. Tied game, 5 seconds left. Jumper by Manny Harris. Stops, pops. He scored 22 of his 26. Michigan by 2. He did a ton of damage in the second half, but Buckeyes inbounding. 2.2 to go.
Court inside it at the buzzer. Got it!
Are you kidding me, Dave O'Brien?
Evan Turner at the buzzer.
The St. Joe's alum with a 37-foot buzzer beater. That may cement his National Player of the Year award. Ohio State wins 69-68. Northwestern just locked up their first 20-win season. On Friday, the Wildcats facing Purdue in the Big Ten quarterfinals. Bill Carmody's Cats knocked off the Boilermakers in their only regular season meeting. First half, Cats get off to the fast start. It's freshman Drew Crawford driving baseline, tough runner. Cats up 8. But Purdue would rally back behind Etwan Moore. Knocks down the 3 here. 4 triples for Moore, and he had 28. Later, Boilers down 3. Juwan Johnson down low, throws it down. Purdue trailed by 4 at the half. Second half, Purdue up 4 now. Lewis Jackson, the dish to Johnson for the flush, 2 of his 22 in the game. Then, less than a minute to play, Cats down 4, Crawford pushing, Jeremy Nash for 3, got it, cuts it to 1. Purdue in transition now. Chris Kramer running the court, the hoop and the harm, and Purdue holds on for the 69-61 win.
It's a long bus ride home, and it's a tough, it would just been so nice to get this win tonight, so that's hard, and we weren't that far away from it, so so if you do get a chance to play in the NIT, that I think it's really good to get to play basketball, and that's what these guys do. So, but it's hard to think about that right now.
Another Big Ten quarterfinal, Minnesota and Michigan State. Spartans trailed by 7 with 3 minutes left, but they battle back. Just over 90 seconds to go. Raymar Morgan drives and gets the layup, part of a 7-0 run that would force overtime. In the extra minutes, Minnesota down 3. DeVoe Joseph. Wow, that was huge to tie it later. Joseph, he was the star of this one from downtown. Pulls up way outside the arc. 10-0 run. Joseph had 17. Minnesota the upset, 72-67. So in today's Big Ten tourney semis, Illinois gets Ohio State. The Buckeyes swept the regular season. In the other semi, Purdue facing the Golden Gophers. Boilermakers swept that season series against Minnesota. Notre Dame 1 win away from making it to the Big East tournament final. The only thing standing in the way, 7th-ranked West Virginia. Those highlights in just a bit. Decisions. Blackhawks head coach Joe Quenneville will face a big one regarding his goaltending situation. We'll tell you which way he might be leaning. Plus, the Cubs will have to decide whether or not Jeff Samardzija has what it takes to secure a spot in the starting rotation. And he's turning in his fastball for his 6th string. We'll check in at Woodjock as Jake Peavy and friends support a worthy cause.
Get Nissan quality now. Get safety now. Get savings now. This is Nissan Now, a sales event with our best deals ever on our strongest lineup ever. 0% financing on every sedan, crossover, truck, and SUV. Plus, great lease offers like $149 on the reliable Sentra. If that ends soon, get to Nissan now.
Somewhere in a Florida gym, AJ is doing squats. Mark Burley is studying tape in Missouri. Down in Venezuela, Ozzy is on a conference call with Kenny. And in Alabama, Jake Peavy is running stairs. 25 different men, 25 different locations, one destination.
At Luna, we just think flooring should be affordable.
How am I supposed to compete with that?
Right now, save up to $500 off and get your second room of Mohawk flooring free. With Luna, there's more to love for less.
773-202 Luna.
I own the world's #1 search engine.
I own the leading alternative energy company.
I own my wireless company, not the other way around.
It's your future. Get your share at ShareBuilder, where people are building the future they want by buying stock in the companies they want to own. With no account minimum required, it's easy to get started at ShareBuilder.com. So get on the road to happiness with ShareBuilder. It's your future. Get your share.
Today, the battle in Las Vegas continues as Paul Konerko and the White Sox battle Derek Lee and the Cubs in a spring training showdown. White Sox Cubs, the countdown to opening day. Today at 3 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
NHL, Capitals hosting the Lightning in D.C. Late first period, no score. Caps power play. Alexander Ovechkin, the cross-ice pass to Tomas Fleischmann, 1-0. In the second, tied at 1, former Blackhawk Matt Walker's long blast goes through the traffic. It's 2-1 Lightning. Later in the second, Walker's shot deflects in off Vincent Lecavalier. Initially ruled no goal. It was reviewed. They give it to Lecavalier. Lightning win 3-2. Back-to-back matinees for the Blackhawks this weekend against the Flyers and Capitals. Cristobal Huet will start today in Philadelphia, then Antti Niemi takes the net at home on Sunday. Chris Bowden reports it was about this time a year ago that Coach Q started leaning on one netminder down the stretch.
Nikolai Habibulin had been sidelined more than a month by injury last season, but when he returned for the final 16 games, he started 13 of them over Cristobal Huet.
I don't want to say a date as far as or how many games we're, we might make a decision, but I think at the same time, we got some important games right to the end. Hopefully both guys are playing rock solid, and it'll be a fun decision to make.
Adam Burish's very noticeable return on Wednesday means that all hands are on deck, making this team as deep as it's ever been all season, which is a good problem to have, provided the injury bug doesn't bite. A good problem, that is, unless you're one of the 3 skaters who are healthy game day scratches.
You just got to be ready, stay in shape, and stay positive and keep your chin up. I mean, nobody likes, watching a guy mope around or be negative. I don't want to bring the team down, and I don't think anyone does, for that matter.
We got some extra guys, and it's a good thing. You gotta stay on your toes, and you got to work hard, or else. There's be someone else that is looking to get in the lineup. So it's healthy competition, but it's good to have a few extra guys.
We have 4 great lines up front, and some guys, it's tough. We're not all used to, being in that role where sometimes your ice time is going to get cut. But that type of thing isn't always easy, especially for a player in the position that's getting a lot of ice time and puts pressure on the guys that are getting those chances to go out there and produce.
Eager and Patrick Sharp were Flyers teammates 4 seasons ago, a year after leading the Philadelphia Phantoms to the Calder Cup during the lockout. Their ex-team, Montreal and Boston, are separated by 2 points in the 6th through 8th spots in the East after the Bruins won 5-1 at Philly Thursday.
Yeah, they're a good team. They got a deep lineup. They got a lot of skill, and they work hard, and they're coming off a tough game last game, and I'm sure they'll be ready to play tomorrow.
With the Blackhawks, Chris Bowden, Comcast Sportsnet.
Chris, thanks. A lot of fans concerned, but Huet and Niemi have been pretty solid in the net this season. Each player ranked in the top 10 in goals against average, and with 4 shutouts apiece, they're tied for 6th place in the NHL. Time for our spring training coverage of the Cubs and White Sox from the desert, brought to you by Nissan. Cubs and Sox in Vegas, baby. Top of the first, 1-0 runner on. Mike Fontenot singles to left. Marlon Byrd comes in, and the Cubs with a 2-0 lead. Bottom of the second, Tom Gorzolani walked the bases loaded, gave up a run on a wild pitch, but here he gets out of the jam by striking out Jason Nix to end the inning. Bottom 6 now, 3-1. Bases loaded. Mark Teahan singles to left. Omar Vizquel scores. Sox score 3 in the inning and take the lead 4-3. Top of the 7th, 2 on for former first-round pick Josh Vitters. He drives it in the gap. 2-score. Vitters with a triple as the Cubs win on Comcast Sportsnet 6-5. Reminder, they're going to do it again all over this afternoon in Vegas, and we'll have it again right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Our coverage starts at 3 o'clock. And while the Cubs and Sox had that split squad game in Vegas, the rest of the guys were back in Arizona. That's where Jake Peavy was making his Cactus League debut. Peavy's first start was rained out on Sunday. Peavy and a split squad of White Sox taking on the Angels in this one. Peavy had 3 strikeouts in 3 scoreless innings of work, allowing 2 hits. But he gets a scare in the second. Torrey Hunter lines a shot off his shoulder. After the game, Peavy said he just had a bruise and that he'll be fine, but wow, that was dangerous. Top of the second, Gordon Beckham up, And he crushes one. His first spring training homer, 5-0 after 2. Sox win 10-7. Rough day, however, for Bobby Jenks in relief. The Sox closer gave up 4 hits, 5 earned runs while retiring just 2 Angels. Also in the game, last year's first-round pick, Jared Mitchell, suffered an injury while making a spectacular catch against the wall in the 6th inning. He had to be carted off the field, and now he's going to need ankle surgery with a torn tendon. His season might be over. Jake Peavy, Scott Linebrink, Gordon Beckham, and several other baseball stars, part of the first annual Woodjock Music Show Thursday in Scottsdale. Proceeds from the event went to the Jake Peavy Foundation, which raises money for several different charities. Earlier Friday, Derek Lee scratched with a bruised left foot. Cubs split squad taking on the Brewers. Bottom of the first, Alcides Escobar up the middle. Starlin Castro, bad throw, and it's 1-0 Brewers. Later in the inning, former Cub Jim Edmonds posing after this home run against Jeff Samardzija. Next batter, Greg Zahn. Back-to-back jacks off of Samardzija. He gave up 4 runs in 2 innings. Brewers cruised to a 12-3 win. And we're inching closer and closer now. 23 days until opening day for the Cubs and Sox. April 5th is the big day. Sox play the Indians right here on Comcast Sportsnet. The Cubs will be in Atlanta to face the Braves. More March Madness with another thrilling finish. The Fighting Irish trying to extend their Big East tourney run, but Bob Huggins and the Mountaineers might have something to say about that. Highlights on the way.
Spring training coverage on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by Nissan and the Nissan Now sales event.
Now good night and go to sleep.
Okay, Mom, good night.
No. Yes! Zach, go to bed. Wow.
Hawks win!
You look like a woman with discerning taste. May interest you in some sports apparel or novelties. Cubs, Sox, Bulls, Bears, Blackhawks. You want it? I got it.
Much like a door-to-door salesman, WrigleyvilleSports.com allows you to shop from home with ease. WrigleyvilleSports.com, the largest selection of Chicago sports merchandise on the web. Obnoxious salesman not included.
Beginning March 19th, for the first time ever, get your Bulls fix online with CSNChicago.com's exclusive live game streaming. We're bringing Bulls games right to your computer for free the rest of the season, so you don't have to miss a minute of the action. From tip-off to the final buzzer, you can see it all on your computer with CSNChicago.com. Plus, chat live throughout the game with Agri Sam and our team of Bulls insiders. Beginning March 19th, catch Bulls games and much more online for free at CSNChicago.com.
The world's greatest snowcross and freestyle athletes are coming to Lake Geneva and Grand Geneva Resort, March 19th through the 21st. Experience the jumps, thrills, and spills of the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale. Friday night kicks off with the Monster Energy Slednex Invasion Tour freestyle show. Saturday and Sunday feature pro snowcross racers like Launch and Levi LaValle and rookie sensation Tim Tremblay. Get discount tickets and more info at isocracing.com or nielsen's.com. It's the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale, March 19th through the 21st in Lake Geneva at Grand Geneva Resort.
A guy named his own price wants a room tonight for $65.
We don't go lower than 130.
Big deal. Persuade.
Okay, 65 for tonight.
You can't argue with a big deal.
Introducing Big Deal Days. Get an exclusive sneak peek at recent winning hotel bids to help you save up to half off and get your big hotel deal now. Because Big Deal Days won't last long at Priceline.
Big East tourney Notre Dame already beaten Seton Hall and Pittsburgh. Now the Irish facing West Virginia in the semifinals. Luke Herringody and Notre Dame looking for their 7th straight win midway through the second. West Virginia up 6. Deshaun Butler for 3. Mountaineers up 9. Butler had 24 points. Late in the half, Irish down 6. Ben Hansborough, the NBA length 3. Lead cut in half. Final seconds, West Virginia up 2. Butler misses the 3. Herringody the rebound. Irish with a chance to win or tie, but Torrey Jackson throws up this 3, and it's no good. Herringody can't get the board. West Virginia holds on to win 53-51. They will face Georgetown in the championship game. And March Madness heating up in the high school ranks too. Sectional finals this weekend with a trip to the Elite 8 on the line. But in 2A, it was the state semifinals last night. Hales taking on Robinson. Third quarter action. Spartans up by 4 off the Robinson turnover. Patrick Miller going to the other end. He had a game-high 22. Hales takes the 6-point lead. But in the fourth quarter, Robinson down 3. Austin Seiler airballs a 3 from the corner, but Devin Dirks is there for the putback. Robinson within 1. Later, the alley-oop for Myers Leonard. Watch this. It's a big kid right there. The Illinois-bound center leading the way with 19 points, 17 rebounds. Robinson stuns Hales 64-61. Class 3A sectional final. Harper taking on Robeson. 5.5 left in the fourth. Raider ball, the give and go on the inbounds to Oscar Howell. Baseline knocks it down. 11-point lead for Robeson. 2 minutes left. Up the long miss, Jeremy Woods back up. That's a 4-point ball game. Just 1 minute later, Howell strikes again. Deontay Stevens the layup. Raiders up 8, and they win it 67-58. And a reminder, we're going to recap all the action from Friday night's sectional finals on a special Saturday edition of High School Lights. We're also going to see where Friday's winners are headed for these super sectionals. It's all on High School Lights from Farmers Insurance at a special time tonight at 10:30. Stick around. Play of the Day is next.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites presented by Nuveen Investments has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Bud Light Batter's Eye, located in center field, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages, as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
CSNChicago.com, your press pass to your home teams, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When a top story breaks, CSNChicago.com has immediate news and analysis. And after every game, catch press conferences, game recaps, and locker room interviews, giving you the ultimate press pass to your home teams. Plus, CSNChicago.com features more blogs, insiders, and beat writers than ever before, including top names like John Moon Mullen. CSNChicago.com, total coverage of your home teams, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Illinois High School Hockey State Championship Blackhawk Cup, presented by Hinkley Springs and supported by Comcast Sportsnet and the U.S. Marine Corps, is on Friday, March 26th at the United Center. The girls' matchup begins at 5 p.m., followed by the boys' game at 7 p.m. Attendees will have a chance to win amazing prizes, such as playoff tickets, ice time at the UC, and even a meet and greet with Patrick Kane. Tickets are just $5 and can be purchased at ChicagoBlackhawks.com or at the box office. For groups of 10 or more, call 312-455-7000 and ask about our 2-for-1 special.
For over 20 years, Discover Wisconsin has been bringing you the sights, sounds, and personality of our great state. Whether it's relaxing in a spa, enjoying an amazing event, or simply taking in the scenery, you can find it here every week. Visit discoverwisconsin.com to learn even more or to register to win a great getaway. Like a weekend getaway to the Cove of Lake Geneva. Make sure to tune in this weekend for another exciting destination. Discover Wisconsin this Saturday morning at 10 o'clock right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Alexei! Yes! Yes!
Play of the Day brought to you by Lexus.
Ohio State down 2.2 seconds left, right to Evan Turner, the St. Joe's alum from 37 feet at the buzzer. Michigan didn't defend the inbounds, giving Turner the great look at the buzzer beater. The Buckeyes hope still live for a #1 seed in the NCAA tournament. The St. Joe's alum gets our play of the day. That's it for now. I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. Thanks for watching. Remember, for all your sports news 24/7, stay logged on to our website, CSNChicago.com. Have a great weekend.
Somewhere in a Florida gym, AJ is doing squats. Mark Burley is studying tape in Missouri. Down in Venezuela, Ozzy is on a conference call with Kenny. And in Alabama, Jake Peavy is running stairs. 25 different men, 25 different locations, one destination.
Get Nissan quality now. Get safety now. Get savings now. This is Nissan Now, a sales event with our best deals ever on our strongest lineup ever. 0% financing on every sedan, crossover, truck, and SUV. Plus, great lease offers like $199 on the new Altima. If that ends soon, get to Nissan now.
With the steak burger, you can hear the freshness. Just that sizzle.
4 meals under $4, that's a good deal.
Good, fresh meat. So much glorious, meaty goodness.
Salty sticks of brilliance.
And you can taste that freshness.
Cheeseburger, French fry.
Fresh and crispy and delicious.
Your favorite steak burger meals and even chicken fingers, all served with our thin and crispy fries. 4 meals under $4.
Under $4, full stomach. I will go for that every time.
Steak and Shake. Life needs flavor.
eHarmony matches millions of people every day, so we video chatted with some online.
By the time we met each other, it felt like we had known each other for years, and it was so comfortable.
Unlike Jennifer, I am not that photogenic, so being able to give a little bit more than just a picture was much more beneficial for me.
We're perfect for one another. I don't know how they figured that part out, but they got it so right.
See how well the eHarmony personality profile captures you. Get started today and review your matches absolutely free.
My goal? To lead by example.
Chicago Blackhawks. One goal. For tickets, go to ChicagoBlackhawks.com.
Our goal is to light the lamp.
Chicago Blackhawks. One goal. For tickets, go to ChicagoBlackhawks.com.
In the shadows of Hollywood, we are here where the stars will shine in the semifinal round of the Pacific Life Pac-10 tournament at Staples Center in downtown LA. 4 teams with a chance to take home the trophy to claim the championship at the Pacific Life Pac-10 tournament. Let's go! Tonight, the quest is one game closer. Who will step up, meet the challenge, and exceed their expectations? Which teams will rise together and show the spirit that is unbreakable? Pacific Life Pac-10 tournament excitement continues. Top-seeded Cal takes on UCLA in Game 1 of our semifinal doubleheader. It's the drive to stay alive. Only 4 teams remain here in the Pacific Life Pac-10 tournament. 2 games for you tonight, starting with the top-seeded Cal Bears taking on UCLA. The 2 teams split the season series, with each team winning on the opposing team's home floor. Jerome Randall, the Pac-10 Player of the Year this season, he's only 11 points shy of becoming the all-time leading scorer in the history of Cal basketball. We welcome you one more time here inside Staples Center for the Pacific Life Pac-10 tournament. Michael Leaves alongside Miles Simon, who was the most outstanding player from the Arizona Wildcats run to a championship in 1997. And through the first 3 days of this tournament, we've seen some exciting performances. We've seen some exciting players. Are we going to see more of that tonight?
Michael, we had some great action last night, starting off with UCLA and Ben Howland switching defenses. The Cal senior crew just coming and showing, improving last night with Jerome Randall and Patrick Christopher. Then Arizona State's bubble possibly getting burst last night by Stanford, and then Washington making a great second half comeback to keep their tourney hopes alive.
What will the excitement be tonight? Where we're going to find out. But how do we get to these 4 final teams? Well, let's go back to the first game yesterday. Reeves Nelson returned to action after missing 4 games as UCLA moved on, and they're going to take on Cal. Jerome Randall, 22 points. They were all in the first half as they eliminated Oregon. And as Miles mentioned, Arizona State, the number 2 seed, losing to Stanford. Jeremy Green with 18 points in that effort. And then Washington, they had to rally in the second half to beat Oregon State. Isaiah Thomas with 15 points in that game. And this is how we stand right now in the bracket. Championship game tomorrow here at Staples Center on CBS, 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern. So let's go back to Jerome Randall. He was the best player on the floor last night here at Staples Center. Does he have to be that same player tonight to get past UCLA?
He absolutely does. He's their leader. He's the one that got him through the tough times this year. When Jorge Gutierrez was hurt, Theo Robertson was out. He carried him. And then last night, he just took him to another level, hitting deep threes, NBA range. 22 points, 8 for 8 field goals in the first half. Then he just got silly on him, going behind the back, getting to the rim. He was unbelievable last night, the performance that he put on.
You expecting some funky defense from Ben Howland, offensive or man-to-man or what?
I think he's going to mix it up again tonight, go back and forth between the man and zone, but he'll go strictly zone if they're getting broke down off the dribble.
They're going to have to extend it if Jerome Randall's on the floor. He likes to shoot near to half court. Well, time now for our national anthem here at the Pacific Life Pac-10 tournament. Sitting down courtside to our public address announcer, David Courtney.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at this time, would you all please rise and kindly remove any hats? Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America and the men and women who serve our country at home and overseas, would you please welcome Beach Girl 5 to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, Beach Girl 5.
And we are just about ready for tip-off here at the Pacific Life Pac-10 tournament. Semifinal action. Cal, the number 1 seed, their first regular season title since 1950, taking on UCLA. Who's going to move on to the championship game? We're going to find out when we return here on the Pacific Life Pac-10 tournament.
Passion is a fire within
that burns anyone who dares to try and put it out.
It fuels the comeback no one can see coming.
And kills the pain until after the victory is won.
It's where what you want brings home what you need.
Passion is where the heart of a champion meets the soul of the game.
tell me about Shell nitrogen-enriched gasoline.
They clean up gunk left by lower quality gasoline.
Then they act as a protective barrier that shields and protects engines against performance-robbing gunk.
Thanks for the info.
Shell nitrogen-enriched gasoline, helping you get the most out of every drop.
Right now, a handful of quarters is all you need to turn just another boring Wednesday night into Pizza Hut 50-cent Wing Wednesday. Every wing, every flavor, every Wednesday, just 50 cents each, and only at your Pizza Hut.
Welcome to Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. It's not just pizza, it's much more. Spaghetti, lasagna, chicken parmesan, fettuccine alfredo, Italian beef, antipasto salad, appetizers, desserts, and so much more. Let Giordano's cater your office, your special occasion with great care and fresh ingredients.
When you want Chicago sports news, Comcast Sportsnet has you covered. Start your day with Sports Rise from 5 to 10 a.m. Tune in on your lunch break for Sports Day at noon. Then at 5:30, sit down with David Kaplan and the hottest names in sports for Chicago Tribune Live. Wrap up the evening with Sports Night at 6:30, 10, 10:30 at midnight. And before and after every game, we'll break down the action on pre- and post-game live. We've got you covered at Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Beginning March 19th, for the first time ever, get your Bulls fix online with CSNChicago.com's exclusive live game streaming. We're bringing Bulls games right to your computer for free the rest of the season, so you don't have to miss a minute of the action. From tip-off to the final buzzer, you can see it all on your computer with CSNChicago.com. Plus, chat live throughout the game with Agri Sam and our team of Bulls insiders. Beginning March 19th, catch Bulls games and much more online for free at CSNChicago.com.
The Pacific Life Pac-10 Men's Basketball Tournament is presented by Pacific Life. For insurance, annuities, and investments, choose Pacific Life, the power to help you succeed. The fans from the Pac-10 have been all around downtown Los Angeles, LA Live and Staples Center. Semifinal action almost ready for tip-off. Cal taking on UCLA. We'll talk about that in a moment, but how about some of these other conference tournaments? Let's take it to the Big Ten. This is a tremendous finish as we show you how March Madness is getting underway. Michigan, Ohio State. Manny Harris gives Michigan a 2-point lead. Last chance for Ohio State, 2.2 to go. Evan Turner, potential Player of the Year candidate from 40 feet, drains it at the buzzer to win it. Take another look. The shot clearly off in time. Ohio State escapes 69-68. And Miles, that was a scare for the #1 seed in the Big Ten tournament.
Yeah, Ohio State almost blew their chance at a #1 NCAA tournament seed, but the Player of the Year, Evan Turner, hitting the biggest shot of the year for the Buckeyes.
Let's go to the Big 12. Top seed Kansas taking on Texas A&M. This game was tight as well. Sharon Collins with the strip goes all the way in for the 2. Jayhawks take a 3-point lead. Later in the second half, Collins working, kicks it out, and it goes to the freshman Xavier Henry. That's a 3, and then it's getting a little heated. Collins, David Sloan getting into it, but it's Kansas with a 4-point lead in the second half. And you like that Baylor team down in the lower half of the bracket.
Epe Udo, Lace Darius Dunn, big-time players for the Baylor Bears.
All right, let's go to the ACC. Duke taking on Virginia. Mustafa Farrakhan leads the break. And how about this no look? Yo, Mike, you see this? I see it. Jam. Tie game at 27 at the half. The second half, though, the Blue Devils, they find their game. John Shire around the screen, up and under. Duke advances to the semifinals with the 57-46 win. And Duke is still trying to get a #1 seed as well.
Duke's been playing well all year long. Shire and Singler have been a deadly combination.
Let's go to the SEC in Nashville. Alabama led Kentucky, the #1 seed in this tournament, by 11. And then John Wall said, you know what? I want to put the stamp on my case to be Player of the Year. Just splitting double teams, making NBA-style moves. And you know what? Anytime Kentucky wins, Ashley Judd is going to love it. Kentucky beats Alabama 73-67. But Kentucky, they're pretty much guaranteed the #1 seed.
Pretty much guaranteed, but I just love Ashley Judd doing the John Wall dance.
That was my classmate. She's always down with the Cats. And now let's go to the Big East. Georgetown and Marquette. Spike Lee on hand, repping for the Hoyas. We pick it up in the second half. Chris Wright, check out the spin move down the lane. That gives the Hoyas a 3-point lead. And from there, it was Greg Monroe on the wing. Check out the quick first step going baseline. Finishes with the jam. Georgetown would go up by 13. They go into, they're up 78-55 in the second half. Is Georgetown going to run away with this tournament?
No, West Virginia, Deshaun Butler, Devin Ebanks, and a tough Bobby Huggins defensive-minded squad.
Let's go back to the finish we saw in the Big Ten tournament. Michigan, Ohio State. A lot of people think Evan Turner will be the player of the year. Did that shot right there put the final stamp on that decision?
Well, not necessarily. John Wall had something to say about that at the SEC tournament, but that shot that he made was just unbelievable. I made a shot like that one time to win a game against Cincinnati. It was from 75 feet. But for him to have the poise, take 2 dribbles, be right in rhythm on his jump shot, all the credit to Evan Turner for the big shot.
One of the best parts of this time of the season, big players make big plays in big-time games, and Evan Turner obviously is a big-time player in college basketball. We're almost ready for tip-off here at the Pacific Life Pac-10 tournament. Can Cal get to the championship game, or will UCLA have the Cinderella run to try to take home the Nets? We're going to find out shortly here on the Pacific Life Pac-10 tournament.
Well, how'd this happen?
I told them if they shuffled, I let them use their new phones to talk to their friends as much as they want.
They can do that anyway. We've got the Verizon Wireless Family Share Plan with friends and family.
Yeah, well, they don't know that.
Looks cold.
It's freezing. I ain't going out there.
Hurry in and upgrade your family now to get a free phone like the Samsung Intensity or the LG Accolade. Plus, add a line for just $9.99. There's never been a better time to switch your family.
Burn myself.
Families can connect for less at Verizon.
Conventional automotive frames absorb energy, but this one does more. It collapses in some areas while staying rigid in others to help redirect energy around the cabin and away from you. The ACE body structure in the Acura MDX. The most innovative thinking you'll find in an Acura.
And welcome back to the Pacific Life Pac-10 tournament. Almost ready for tip-off. We'll see you back here at halftime. The fans are ready. What about the coaches and the players? For more on that, let's go down courtside to our sideline reporter for the evening, Rebecca Harlow.
Mike Montgomery and his squad, 5 wins straight. That's a lot of momentum. Your team came out with a sense of urgency last night. How do you continue to build on that momentum?
Well, we just got to play good basketball. It helps when the ball goes in when you're shooting it well. There's no question. Every team presents a little different challenge, and UCLA's no exception. They're going to be fired up. This is their one chance to get in the tournament. So we've got a good basketball team in L.A. We've just got to be at our best.
Great basketball team, and the best player in the conference, Jerome Randall, proves once again why he's so good last night. What do you expect that we can see from him tonight?
Well, I hope he leads us to victory. I don't care what its statistics are, and he's gotten where he doesn't care either. He just wants to help us win games.
Thanks, Coach.
All right.
Guys.
Rebecca, thank you very much. Steve Physiok with Marcus Johnson, and Mike Montgomery had a very impressive victory over Oregon in the quarterfinal round over the Ducks, and Jerome Randall had a sensational first half.
Did he? Yeah, 22 points in that first half, 22 points in 28 minutes. That's the big key. This is a well-rested Cal team, a well-rested Jerome Randall, and he is such a thorn in your side offensively because of his quickness, because of his shooting range, and because, Steve, he's a tough little Chicago kid with a terrific heart. He goes at you, doesn't give up, doesn't relent. What you've got to do, you've got to make him put it on the floor, and you've got to make him play some defense, running through screens, bang him up a little bit.
The Acura starting lineup for California, they have 4 senior starters that combine for almost 60 points per game. Patrick Christopher can defend anybody on the floor. Now for UCLA, they have a freshman who, Marcus, is a raging bull. Reeves Nelson missed 4 games because of eye surgery. surgery, comes out and gets a double-double in the Pac-10 tournament.
It is never good when your face hits the floor. That's what Reese Nelson said after he took the 15 stitches. Just a brutal fall against Washington State. He is back and in full force. 19 points, 10 rebounds, 8 for 9 from the field. He just physically dominated the freshman of the year, Derek Williams from Arizona. Just moved him aside like he was just paper mache. Didn't have any problems whatsoever getting his game off on the inside. He's got deceptive athleticism, but he's got a terrific motor and made some outstanding passes yesterday. Played great defense. Played an all-around game that's going to help the Bruins tonight if they are to win this game against Cal.
So the accurate starting lineups for UCLA, Honeycutt and Lee must play well. Roll has 41 points in 2 games against California, and of course their coach is Ben Howland. He has won this tournament twice, in 2006 and again in 2008, but both times came in as the #1 seed. This is the 228th meeting between the Bruins and Bears. UCLA leads 132-95. The Bruins, though, are the only team to beat Cal at Haas Pavilion this year. The Bears were 15-1 at home, but this is that man Theo Robertson with 40 seconds left to bring him close, and then they'll take the lead on this jump shot by Jamal Boykin. But with 1.9 seconds left in overtime, it's Michael Roll with the game-winning shot. UCLA shocks California, their only home loss at Haas Pavilion. And there's Michael Roll, who really came out and had a nice game in their first-round win over Arizona with 18 points, including 7 of 14 from the floor.
Love the approach of Michael Roll. He told his team before the game yesterday, listen, I want to keep playing. You guys that are clapping on the bench, you clap like you've never clapped before. Guys who get in the game for 30 seconds, take a charge. Get an offensive rebound. Make sure you box out on every possession. He has taken on the leadership role on this team like he has never done before this season.
We are down to 4 as our Pacific Life Pac-10 tournament bracket shows you. It will be UCLA against California. Washington was able to knock off Oregon State with a great second half yesterday, and Stanford pulled the shocker, #7 seed, knocking off Arizona State. They will face each other in the game following ours.
Yesterday against Arizona State, UCLA had been playing primarily zone since the Arizona State victory, the first conference game of the season back in January or late December 31st, I believe it was. But what they're doing now, and did so well against Arizona yesterday, they played their man-to-man defense, look for a combination of the two, alternate between the two, trying to keep Cal a little bit off balance. But it's imperative that Malcolm Lee, defending Jerome Randall, has got to keep him in front of him. He's got to force him to put the ball on the floor. He's got to rely on help from teammates. He's got to try and get into Jerome Randall's head and take him out of this game offensively.
California in the gold uniforms and UCLA in the road blues. They are the lower seed. This is Malcolm Lee, a much bigger guard than Jerome Randall, as California opens in the man defense. Roll with the easy layup.
That's a nice job. And Mike Montgomery has so much respect for Michael Roll's ability to move without the basketball. He's got his best defender, Patrick Christopher, chasing Roll around screens, but Roll got the best of him on that possession.
Lee is a fine defender, and he will be on Jerome Randall. We saw Randall hit 2 shots from over 25 feet yesterday in the first half.
Exactly why you've got to be within arm's reach of him at all times.
Jamal Boykin knocks it down. This game is tied at 2 early.
It's going to be a challenge for Reese Nelson because Jamal Boykin can do just what he did there, step out and knock down medium-range jump shots.
We have seen California play great defense, none better than the game they had against Arizona State, which was really a game for the Pac-10 title at Haas Pavilion. And they won that game.
Since the second half of the UCLA game about 5 or 6 games ago, they played outstanding defense.
Dragovich knocks it back out to Lee. Roll, a terrific shooter. They swing it around to Tyler Honeycutt, and he is hit, and a foul will be called.
Talking about Cal's defense, you know, it helped to get Jorge Gutierrez back.